Oh, there we go. Sorry about that. What up, what up, what up? Sorry about the lengthy intro. I was upstairs cleaning up the kitchen a little bit. And, oh, getting something to drink. Well, we're into it. Lengthy intro, though. God. Longer than I planned, as usual. The good news is, I did want to let the intro run a little bit longer anyway than usual, because I was interested in whether or not... Oh my god, I forgot to zoom in. You guys are just seeing, like, the world right now. Ugh. There we go. So, yeah, I wanted to run the intro a bit longer anyway, because, yesterday we were doing HLS was the way that we were getting the stream to YouTube. Today, we're just doing RTMP. So I'm interested, and I've upped the bitrate, because apparently the RTMP servers will handle higher bitrate. I tested up to 50 megabit. It was fine. Now I'm not doing that right now. Mind you, we're at 32. Now that being said, with RTMP, the delay should be like cut in half. So if we do you know, what we did yesterday, so I'll say 3, 2, 1 now, and then you guys can type in chat when you hear me say now. That'll give us an idea, as to what it is. So I'll get my stopwatch out here. So when I say now, you can, you know, I'll count down, say it, and then you guys can let me know. So 3, 2, 1, now. Okay, we're gonna try that again. There is no way. Really? Now? How are you guys so much farther behind me? if I do it, so when I was testing it, so HLS was 30, right? Yesterday it was 30. When I tested it today, I was getting 15 seconds on RTMP between when I did something on screen and when it showed up on me watching the live feed. So that's interesting. That's a fucking basically the same. That just doesn't make any sense at all. All right, so everyone do me a quick favor, refresh your page. When everyone's refreshed, let me know. We're gonna try this one more time. That's this. It should not be 30 seconds. That's crazy. Okay. All right. So I'm gonna count down, and then say now, and then you guys let me know. In 3, 2, 1, now. Way better. 11 seconds. "11 seconds was when we got the first 3 of you caught in that. I suspect mobile will always be longer, just by, you know, nature of the beast. Oh my god, now some of you are getting it. Alright, how many of you are watching on PC versus mobile? The ones that took longer, I have to, that's crazy. Although, well, Fox would make sense, he's across the pond. Well, I understand that there's a buffer on YouTube because it's transcoding absolutely everything, including the what's technically supposed to be the raw feed. It's not. They're all transcoded. I'm just shocked that it is so variable. It shouldn't. There's no universe in which it should be a 15 to 20 second difference between two people geographically in loosely the same location. That's very interesting. The thing to do is, I guess the trick, as is being pointed out, to reduce it, is to play it at 2x speed until you're absolutely live. That's very interesting that it's so variable. That makes it really difficult. So this is normal latency. At 4K, you do not have, even though it shows you that you have the option of selecting low latency, you don't. It will just tell you there's an error. Like, ultra low latency would probably give the worst video playback, I would imagine, because they're not going to run it through VP9, they're going to run it through some garbage trashy thing. Because, again, they're not just sending a raw feed, they're transcoding absolutely everything. And I understand to a degree why they're doing that. I have to imagine it's because they're treating technically all live video as if it's, you know, VOD content. They've just shifted their systems from, you know, transcoding for an upload to transcoding in real time. That's so weird. That's so variable. It makes it really, like, the shittiest thing is, of course, is it makes it difficult. It's one thing if there's delay, right? A relatively substantial delay, right? That's whatever. It can be annoying, but generally speaking, for a streamer, you know, all it means is that you know that everyone is more or less getting the video at roughly the same time. So any comments being made are, referentially speaking, in about the same spot. But if you've got some people 15 seconds ahead and some people fucking 20 seconds behind, and they're all responding or saying things in different sequence, it's a clusterfuck. It's very difficult to be able to accurately interact with chat, because my question becomes, and I'm not going to try it today, we're just going to go ahead and just, you know, say fuck it and go for it. But the question I would have is, even if you're on ultra low latency, which would require me to stream, I think 1080 is required. I don't know if you can do 1440p 60 for ultra low latency. And then try it, but I mean, that tells me that there's a non-zero chance that people are still going to be getting variable. Quite variable. But yeah, I would say perhaps the habit to have is, unless you're going back to watch parts of the stream that you missed, to catch the closest thing to live that you can, is to literally just run it at 2x speed until it drops out and goes back to normal, and then you know that you're actually relatively at live. Which is super dumb, and I hate having any system in which, like, the viewer has to do more work in order to enjoy their experience. As far as I'm concerned, you know, as viewership, for viewership, you guys should just be showing up, and boom. There shouldn't be any major discrepancies, any kind of fucking extracurricular activity. You guys should just be able to show up and away to the fucking races. Well, that is where the majority of the delay is in their transcoding. You know, sending... but that's why I'm confused, because, you know, sending video through RTMP anywhere is because it relies... You can't even use HVEC, you're just using straight up H.264. The sending of the video is not difficult, and it doesn't take very much time. Like, at worst, you know, somebody on the other side of the world would be getting the video, let's say, 3 to 5 seconds tops, behind somebody who is literally right next fucking door to whatever the main outgoing or outbound server is. Yeah, so they do have, like I said, an ultra low latency, but I suspect the stream would look like absolute fucking garbage. Well, first of all, you can't select it at 4K, and I don't think you can do it at 1440. But there's like a whole back end, you know, tutorial-y thing and explanation thing for streamers. That you can, you know, that, you know, they have you, you know, put in front of you so you can learn, and, you know, best practices and all that, and they describe all the various functions, and yeah, low and ultra low latency. Ultra low is a different thing, but just low latency, but I can't seem to get any setup in which it will allow me to do 4K at lower latencies. And then, of course, again, the question is, even if I do lower latency, does that solve the problem of having such variable delivery for all the viewers? A big question mark. bothersome for sure. Not my favorite thing in the world. But I guess my question to you guys, just get one of your whales to pay for the IVR service through AWS and set up your own Twitch with Blackjack, and I'm 100% sure YouTube won't let me finish the joke. Yeah, that's probably true. Yeah, I guess my question to you guys is, I mean, I watched the stream back last night on my TV upstairs. I know a lot of you that watch these live streams are just watching on a second monitor. There's, you know, on Twitch there was about 30-ish% of people watching full screen, or at least some version of full screen, whether that was like a theater mode or otherwise. Like, would you guys rather a lower latency to me or a higher quality video? Because right now it seems that some of you're gonna get a response from me inside of, if I respond immediately, inside of 15 seconds. For other people, it will be more like 30 seconds. Lower latency personally, so when did you hear me say that, Vlad? You can let me know, and we'll see just how much time we're talking about here for you. Interaction with the streamer over the pretties, lower latency. Okay. Because, I mean, I can test this right now. There's probably only like fucking 10 of you here right now anyway. We can very easily just... Well, I shouldn't say that because I posted links to this fucking stream specifically, and YouTube breaks if you fucking... You know, people won't be able to catch this. A 55-inch OLED, mostly I'll watch you on a 13-inch laptop on the side. There you go. Hey, what's up, Gownson? Less than 10-second latency for Vlad. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, if everyone was getting what Vlad's getting, which is like around 10-15 seconds, I think that's fine. I mean, like trying to run latency into the like sub 10 seconds is not that important. It's unusual for even Twitch to be sub 10 seconds. In most cases. There's a weird artifact I've noticed where YouTube seems to burp just happen, for example, in like a few seconds of video just seems to vanish, even in the VOD. Really? That's unique. I could understand that being the case if there was like a loss in connection, right? But I've zero connection drop frames. That's weird. Intriguing. Yeah, I don't know, yeah, I'm torn on what to do about it. Because I'm wondering if lower latency really is going to move the needle very much, to speak of, while destroying the VOD quality. Because people watching live don't really care all that much, but but the people who watch VODs, they're more frequently gonna, you know, blow the screen up. You know, I can throw buckets of fucking bandwidth at it, but if I do low latency, then it's probably gonna buffer like crazy on your guys' end. In order to accomplish that. I would imagine. I just wish that YouTube's 1080p wasn't so garbage. Like, I wish that they used VP9 for 1080p as well, because then it would be the equivalent to Twitch. At which point I could just throw higher bit rates at it for their 1080p stream and fucking done. Maybe test low latency once with a fast-paced game and then check the VOD. Yeah, I mean, that's possible. You know, next time we're doing like some sort of game that's not this, that's faster paced, I could try to run lower latency. And see what happens. I think for today we'll leave it like this, just so that we can get going, because it's getting late. And then we'll, try it another day. Yeah. So I guess the thing to do is, everyone, if you wanted to try and be as close up as possible, just run the bitch at 2x speed, until you get to true live, and then away you go. Would be, I guess, the way to tackle it for today. So last we left off, we managed to... Last we left off, we managed to upgrade everything multiple times, bought all of our new gear, got our shit, tuned up. And now we're pretty much just away to the races.
Made up, is it?
We'll be leaving for Rosaria as soon as we're able.
Back down memory lane, eh? Rosaria ain't what she used to be, Clive. Not since the Imperials moved in. First sign of trouble, you make straight for Martha's Rest and ask for the landlady. She's a friend of the cause. Tell her you was Sid, and she'll help you out.
Understood. Thank you, Gav.
Yeah.
I'd be lost without you.
Yeah, I'm just doing my job. No need to make such a fuss. You take care, alright?
It's got
Where's
love
Sid when you need him?
between two
When he
guys.
gets back.
I will.
Sorry to keep you waiting.
Ready, my lady?
Ready.
On the road again. I just can't wait to get on the road again. Look at me, look at me. I'm the love interest now.
Rosaria. It's been 13 years.
But this breeze, the smell of the grass, it's just as I remember it.
You haven't
Not the
been back
town,
here?
though.
I couldn't. Bran did keep a close watch on each other in the Imperial Army. You'd get beheaded just for knowing a deserter. The only way out was on a mission.
I see.
But mostly I was afraid. afraid to go back.
I know.
But I'm here now.
This man's eyes get even more blue.
Thanks to you.
Yeah, she's a little worse for wear.
We should press on.
Homecoming. Oh boy.
That inn at the top of the hill must be Martha's Rest. Gav said the landlady's a friend.
But can we say the same for her patrons?
Imperials don't tend to take well to those with my mark. If anyone asks, I'm a branded soldier, sworn to protect my noble mistress. Look at it,
All right, let's warm up.
Garuda,
Do 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 do. Do 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 do. That is the dumbest fucking move. I love it.
Mistakes. Stay down. It's over. You're finished.
Good work, everyone. I will say, I think part of why I can get along with the combat in this more than Final Fantasy VII Remake is because I don't have to worry about my allies. But there's an important couple of pieces to that. One, I mean, I can direct Torgal to do things, you know, certainly, or have them just be automated, which I'm getting closer and closer to doing, because honestly, it's like, I'm not so worried about min-maxing it like that, but not having to worry about your allies, what they're doing, are they doing something relatively useful, on top of, are they dying, goes a long way, because in Final Fantasy VII Remake, a lot of what really, you know, made the combat a bit aggravating was not only are they doing the right thing when I'm not paying attention to them, but also having to bounce between to try and be as useful as possible was a bit bothersome, honestly. And just having to not worry about that, but have them there and know that they're doing something even remotely useful is, I think, better than trying to force action combat across a full team, in which you have, you know, any level of control over every one of the allies, and then leave it up to the AI when you're not. It just, because like for me it was always, it's kind of like it's similar reasons, you know, why in Persona 3 it always drove me crazy. You know, I know you can eventually unlock, and a lot of people bounce off the game before it's possible, but the ability to control all of your allies, but You know, if 80% of the time or 90% of the time they're making pretty good decisions, and then 10% of the time they're wasting a turn healing you when you're at like full health, and then never healing you when you're on your deathbed. You know, those stand out, and those pain points can be,
Stay down.
those pain points can be far more detrimental to the enjoyment of the game.
That's enough.
At least for me. At least for me. I either want full control in an environment that either allows the combat system to breathe, which typically is more of a turn-based scenario, or you have to slow the combat down a fair amount so that it doesn't become a bit of a clusterfuck. Or just give me one character to control and a bunch of allies that I don't have to worry about whether or not they're gonna die, but they're still doing relatively useful shit, and balance the game around the allies being there. And then just let me be. Like, those are the two best scenarios, but 7 Remake tried to, like...
Never finished building the bridge then.
After what happened at Phoenix
Tried to-
Gate, it didn't seem the highest priority.
No pun intended, bridge the gap. And, it didn't work for me. Anyway, I know some people really liked it. Didn't work for me. I just wish that it was done in a way I could enjoy the animations more, because whoever did the animations for Tifa's combat stuff, oh my god.
Here, you couldn't give me an hand.
Incredible work. Unbelievably good work.
A bloody bearer. Just when I thought my luck had changed. Still, better a crumb of crystal than an empty hand, I suppose. Though it pains me to use another man's branded. Here, you understand me, don't you? I need your help. These bastard must have caught a whiff of my cargo, and now they've got me surrounded. No, it's really late as it was. I've got
This
something
man's
special
looking at me
to
really
deliver
thinking
before
that I'm
the
incapable
rest.
of
I
understanding
dare
the
not leave
words
my
coming out
part
of his mouth.
unbended. You couldn't run it up to Martha's Rest for me, could you? Needs to get there quick, mind.
Fine.
That's the spirit. All right. Here. You hand that to the stable master and no one else. I'm owed a little something for it. If he gives it to you, pass it along to your master by way of thanks. Be off with you then, and don't go taking any detours on the way.
Lol. Good work, boys. Keep fucking with them. This just looks fantastic. I mean, how are you supposed to be upset with this? I am a little interested, though. This is, I think, a really good spot to test it. You guys won't see the frame rate change, but I want to see... Visually, this is a lot of dense foliage. I want to see... what changes foliage-wise when I change to performance mode. It definitely seems to be in the majority lighting, doesn't it? It's definitely almost all lighting, and maybe internal resolution. It's not as sharp. Yeah, definitely internal resolution's gotta be. That and lighting. But it doesn't sacrifice. I would have thought for sure... God, the motion blur is still so bad. That's just, it's awful. I mean, the menu is definitely 60 FPS. But yeah, that's interesting. I would have thought for sure. I would have thought for sure that they would have, fucked with the foliage and stuff. Come here. Nice. Good work, everyone. But yeah, man, look at the fucking... I know I asked this the other day, but look, you can actually see the sword ghosting. And this is on, I mean, I don't know if this translates to the stream, it might not. But this is on, I'm on an OLED. So, like, you're gonna get the least amount of ghosting fucking imaginable. Man alive, look at that. Whew. Like, it's, do you guys see it on the stream? I don't know if you can or not. I tried, when I was first, you know, if you weren't here on the day one, I was just noticing how much, you know, how much general motion blur was going on, and I was like, oh, I don't know how much of this is the frame rate and how much is whatever. So I tried to put on black frame insertion on the TV, which is essentially just, you know, trying to, it increases the lines of motion resolution, the trade-off being if you go too crazy with it, you'll start to see flicker on the screen. And, it just made it worse because it's so much motion blur that, like, my eyes were just fucked. And it's a shame because it's not like any of this is a low resolution texture. Like, these are all great textures. I wouldn't be hiding any of this with motion blur. Like, I'd be getting rid of all of that for sure. Because if I'm just sitting still, like, all this looks great. And like, even if you're moving slowly, it's just so much motion blur. It legitimately kind of takes away from just how good the game looks, because the game looks really great. Tickle the butthole.
Stay down.
Kill steal. I bet you that guy has the capacity to fuck me in the butthole, if you know what I mean. There's not really much to look into there, it's pretty straightforward, isn't it? Oh boy. Good time to try this out. That should do huge damage to it. Let's just see how good that does. What a clusterfuck! Can't tell what I'm doing. Oh, I thought I cut away from that. Hadouken!
Not this time.
He's still alive? Holy shit. Did we get framey? Time for me to see if that was, I mean, it was, for the game was definitely framey, but. Okay, we didn't lose any on the stream. So that's just the game. That's just the game. Trying to get Mark as much combat footage as possible so he doesn't run out. Don't want to have him lacking.
Here we are. Martha's Rest.
Not yet. Not a fan of the motion blur. I wonder if it's a technical shortcut to meet the graphical integrity and keep steady 30 FPS. So, I mean, the motion blur doesn't help it target 30 FPS any better. Motion blur is typically used at 30 FPS and games that can get framey and drop a little bit below 30 to try and mask the framiness or the fact that it's at 30 FPS. To take some of the sting out of the frame rate, but it doesn't. Like motion blur is actually can actually be more taxing just by running it. It's more of a mask than it is anything else. Typically, if I have the option, I immediately turn it off. Like I would rather, notice a little bit more of the fact that I'm at 30 FPS than have everything look like it's been covered in Vaseline every time I move the camera. But yeah, it's more of a stylistic choice than anything, and every graphics engine, and every game handles motion blur a bit differently. Sometimes it won't kick in until you're rotating the camera faster, so like down here it won't be doing a lot of it, and then if you go up here, all of a sudden they just fucking crank it to the tits. Sometimes it's just straight up motion blur one way or the other.
It's over.
Yeah.
At least we won.
But in this, it's just, in a game with this much detail, especially since it holds 30 FPS really well on average, like, I wouldn't need it, like, at all. And even if it wasn't holding 30 FPS all that well, I still wouldn't use it. It just gives me it just strains my eyes. Because all I've ever felt it did to me, and I mentioned this before, is that it just makes my eyes feel like they're out of focus. And so my eyes, like, start to hunt. Like, trying to, like, pull focus, like a fucking camera. Doesn't look like 30 FPS, but I guess that's YouTube stream buffering. When I was watching the playback yesterday, it looked pretty fucking slick. I mean, this right here, when I'm getting in this area, if I'm watching stuff that's like going across the screen like that tree, I'm not getting a lot of hitching and stuttering. It's looking pretty 30 FPS. 4K playback is not easy. That might be part of it as well, depending on what you're watching on. Of course, you could always drop the resolution. And maybe YouTube's playback in an RTMP situation instead of HLS is just outright more challenging for playback as well. I don't know. I'd have to watch the stream myself to tell. But from OBS's end, I'm dropping 0 frames for rendering, encoding, or due to connection. So it's definitely not that, whatever it is.
Throw your weapons down if you want to live.
That's enough.
What up, gaming narratives and stories? The most descriptive name of all time. Of course, I guess that's what happens when you have usernames and channel names intertwining. How you doing?
It's over.
I thought the other guy was gonna stick with me, but no. View distance in this game is very high, no pop-ins, but then there are tiny frame drops when looking far away. Yeah, I mean they did crank up the draw distance substantially, and their LOD system is clearly quite good. I mean, yesterday, I can't remember what area it was specifically, but I was looking for that where I was getting a lot of, I was seeing a lot of the long distance draw in, and I was trying to see when we were getting the, the transition between distant LODs and more high detailed stuff, and it hides it pretty well. I've only seen like tree, draw in minimally once or twice. Otherwise, in the grand scheme of things, it hides it very well. Now you can see, grass shadow draw in and grass detail draw in. You can see the line is right above Jill's head. Well, no longer now, but a little bit above her head. If you watch there, you can see the foliage density, and of course the grass shadowing is sparse. And if you'll watch, you'll see it. But it's quite a zone. I mean, it's almost to your horizon line as you are moving about the world. Which is, which is great, especially when you're in an environment, and I suppose this is probably also intentional to a degree. If you have a lot of rolling hills and the horizon is broken up in various ways, it allows you to hide that more easily, because you're only seeing, for example, up so far up a hill, and you could draw it in. Stuff on the other side of this hill doesn't fucking matter, and then by the time you get up top, it's already drawing in stuff on the other side, and so you're not really seeing that foliage and shadow drawing. They do a good job though. It's hidden well. It's not something that you're gonna really notice unless you go searching for it. Vast majority of players are never gonna fucking see it in a million years. That's for sure.
Stay down.
Sard, I hate that that's good. I hate that that's good. But it's good. You clever bastard.
That's enough. It's over.
I will eventually go to the marker. I just want my expas! I want them. Yeah, like within, in Tears of the Kingdom, for example, I pointed it out in the review, I think, and Mark got the footage, thankfully, we found it. Where you could see the multiple zones of draw-in to make, that they used to make that game work, and just in the height of Link's character on screen, there were, I think, 4 zones of detail drawing just in the height of Link. And so it shows you just how aggressive they had to get in order to make that work. Oh, that was our first, I think, north of 10k stagger. Already does this thing. Oh, Adam, you pressed the wrong button. You dunce cap. You dunce cap. There we go. I'm doing all this now because I'm pretty sure if I go up there and I engage in that quest, it's going to, by the time I back out of there and come back down, if I do all these now, it will reset. It's not really what I wanted to do, but here we are.
Stay down. It's over.
Oh, he's dead. I thought I was going to do more than that. Apparently, no. Oh, these were two separate fights. Easy enough. Good enough. Oh, that motion blur is just a kick in the knackers, bud. Just a kick in the knackers. This is great B-roll from Ark here. If you ever need just a solid running segment. Or a this game looks good segment.
That's one of our branded. Are you the stable master? I was asked to deliver this to you.
This is for me, right enough. Not sure what some bearer's doing bringing it to me, though. Where's that fool of a peddler got to?
Like
himself.
500 meters down the
His
road.
cart's surrounded by wild chocobos.
Huh. Sounds about right. He'll have it full of Gizal greens, no doubt. Crammed with him, if I know him.
Gizal greens.
Chocobos go mad for them, don't they? And if you forget to seal the cart up tight, the smell gets out, and birds come running from miles around.
Catnip for birds.
Don't get me wrong. They're a fine investment for a savvy merchant, especially around these parts. But you can't get greedy, as our mutual friend is learning the hard way. Still, I got my wares, and that's all that matters. Be sure to pass your master my regards.
Wonderful. Excellent. Evidently, they've discovered denim. So, that's good. Congratulations on discovering denim.
Good girl. You get some rest now.
You barely have to step out your front door these days before you're set upon by beasts or bandits.
God, just trying to enjoy this whole thing without getting a matching with the right analog stick so that we don't get motion blurs, just so we can enjoy what that looks like. This really is a fantasy Europe. Oh yeah. They really, it's not like they tried very hard to mask the fact that they are leaning so hard on Game of Thrones.
Let's go and find out, shall we?
When he goes to Eastpool, leave him in the park. Take him over with the bridge.
Here, has this thing always been glowing?
Little fourth wall break.
much for all parts of the Empire being equal, if that's all the crystal they give us.
Oh yeah, we're going hardcore European building now, aren't we? We're all the way into England. Or the UK in general, I suppose. I think we just got new music out of that. Probably the town's music set. Oh, all looks good. No complaints from me. It's nice that the voice lines aren't just repeating over and over again. Hey, mister, what's the big sword for? Actually, before we do that.
Anything catch your eye?
Oh, that's what we've already got. Oh, I wonder if they all end up sharing inventories, more or less.
Take care out there, eh?
Found the Canadian.
Come and have a look, don't be shy!
Fresh cuts, get your fresh cuts here.
Fresh cuts? What are we? You a barber or a fucking butcher? They've got all these like stalls and stuff for selling all this stuff, and it feels like it's for a place that's twice as big as this. I feel like pretty much everyone that lives in this town are just here right now. It's like nobody's actually going to be able to go around from stall to stall because everyone's working their own stall. Boom, boom,
You ain't
boom,
pulled
boom.
that sword from its scabbard in days.
What?
Come on, come inside.
Bruh!
I'll be happy to show you how well I wield my blade after my shift's over.
Calm down, get a room! Oh, are we all at the brothel now?
If it weren't for that mark, I'd be on you like a rash.
Oh, you probably have the ability to give me more than a few rashes. Yikes. Get me out of here! It's cute, I like this place.
I hear the leathers are due to go up. Do you like that? Oh, there's plenty more of that.
Oh, okay, he's talking to the chocobo. I like...
It was good, honest work building the aqueduct. Back when we had...
Send the woman to talk to the woman.
Do you happen to be the landlady?
Depends who's asking, and why they have an Imperial bearer with them.
For protection, which hopefully won't be needed. If you can advise me on the safest route to the west.
It's your friend here I'd be worried about.
Oh, we found the
Bears don't
Scotsman.
have an easy time of it in Rose area. Even a Stratton lad like him might attract the wrong kind of attention. And if he gets nabbed,
Or an
it won't
or
end
she
well for you
Irish.
either.
Then we'll just have to stay out of the malicious way. Gav said he might be able to help us.
Follow me. Sorry for before. Can't be too wary of strangers asking questions in our game. I'm Martha, an old friend of Sid's. He said he had high hopes for a bearer who joined recently. I expect that's you. So, where is it you're headed?
For Phoenix Gate. We have questions that need answering.
Is that so? Well, if you want to avoid the garrison, the road through Eastpool's your best bet. Or it would be, if the bridge hadn't collapsed. A right
I feel like we can probably
no trade with the village for weeks.
just cross that.
I did ask our carpenter to take a
We
look
killed
at
gods.
it, but he went out on another job, and he hasn't come back.
Do you think something might have happened to him?
Fingers crossed he's just taking his time. The alternative don't bear thinking about.
We'll find him.
Gotta be
Make sure he's
Scottish.
safe. We both need that bridge repaired. Your carpenter sounds like the man to do it.
I see why Sid's got such a soft spot for you. If you could, I'd be in your debt.
You said that he went out on a job?
Right. He went down into the marshes to check on another bridge. The one by the Fallen Gate.
The marshes were dangerous at the best of times. We should hurry.
There's a ladder to the side of the gate. That's the quickest way down, if you've a head for heights. His name is Bernard. Should you find him well, tell him Martha sent you, and that he's wanted at the bridge to Eastpool.
On one hand, I'm happy that we have like I'm pretty sure what they use. There's I can't remember what it's called now, but there is some tech that many games use that have dialogue stuff like this, where the animation is just done more or less by like, you know, you feed the audio in and it algorithmically fucking, I guess, sorts out generally loose, you know, mouthings of it, and if you want to, you can tweak them later. Which I suppose makes localization easier if you're trying to not have it look hideously dubbed. But it does increase the uncanny valley a little bit. Just a little bit. All the women are getting rejected. Is the producer getting back on someone? I'm telling you, man.
To the marshes, then.
All the women
Let's find that ladder.
getting denied. Every man in this game is just saying, "Begone, thought." Nobody's buying your OnlyFans.
We should think about pressing on.
I can't be seen talking to you. If there's anything you need, ask Martha.
Ye old Martha's Rest. Alright, well, let's head down below.
Very good to Eastpool.
Here's the gate. And that must be the ladder.
I don't care what your orders are, Brandon.
Get away from me!
What was that?
It came from under the bridge. Come on.
Lol.
There he is.
Hold on, we're coming.
Get over here! I love how this is just such straightforward. You're alive? The fuck?
Fall.
The juggling is kind of comedic. The devs said that the medals were supposed to line up with English. Oh, yeah, I remember them saying that much. I still don't think they're hand animated. I think they're just using
Not at
mostly
all. You're Bernard, the carpenter.
that tech.
yes?
I am. I didn't
But I
realize
guess
my
that
name
means
was
they only
so
ran
widely.
through with it
I'm a
for
friend of
English,
Martha's.
and it's not
She asked us to come and find you.
used for
Well,
multiple
I'm very
localizations.
grateful for it.
I might also be
I just
misunderstanding
finished
how the
checking
tech
these
is
files when I
possible
turned
to
round
be used in that
and
instance.
see a gang of slavering monsters looking
That
at
would be
the
a
feast on my
shocker.
flesh.
Me,
If you
not
hadn't
knowing what the
come when
fuck
you
I'm
did,
talking about.
I'd have been sniffing
Stop
the
me if you've
slips
heard
by
that one
now.
before.
We're just glad you're safe.
I best go and give my regards to the landlady then, eh?
Actually, she asked that if we found you, we should beg you make haste to repair the bridge to Eastpool.
Of course. I said I'd take a look at it, but it clean slipped my mind. I'll head up there straight away.
Ah, Korean guy, you'll remember this. So M's patient today, he's back. The Two Towers is back. Except now he's moved on to believing that he is 150 years old, has survived 6 plagues, which killed 60% of the population on Earth,
The trusses
and
are
that
still
today
sturdy.
is
It's just a matter of
3024.
replacing the stringers and relining the deck. I'll have it done in no time.
Thank you, Bernard. We were hoping to take the road to Eastpool ourselves. We're very grateful for your help. And sorry for asking this of you after what you've been through.
I owe you my life. Fixing a bridge is the least I can do. Thank you, my lady. And you too, son. You're with Sid, ain't ya? Me and him, we go way back. Not as far as Martha, mind, but far enough.
I see.
Well, I best get cracking then. You go and let Martha know I'm all right, and she'll have her bridge back soon enough.
We will.
The bridge will be fixed when it's fixed, right? I hear the levies are cheap.
Did anyone else feel like Clive was being unnecessarily kind of brief with that man? The brevity was almost asshole-ish. He was being like kind of like congenial and kind of, oh, you must be with me. And Clive was like, yeah, uh-huh, all right, sure, will do. Go fuck yourself. Bye.
Ah, you're back. What happened? Did you find Bernard?
We did. He's fine, and he'll have the bridge to Eastpool repaired soon.
Well, thank the Founder for that.
It was lucky we found him when we did. The creatures out there are not to be trifled with.
It's the Blight's fault. They'd nothing to eat in the north, so they come down here hunting for food. He can't keep going out alone. I'll have to arrange a guard for him. But anyway, thank you. I don't have a lot to offer in return, but you're welcome to rest here until the repairs are finished.
Oh, he did at one point believe that he was Jesus, and that he was during Easter time. He was waiting to be. He was waiting to be, or leading up to Easter time, waiting to be crucified, and wouldn't eat because he was fasting before the event. Poor guy is sick as hell.
Drink or anything while you wait?
His delusions don't get better, really, with medication. He's harmless, but he's, you know, he's a very ill individual, unfortunately.
About why there are so few bearers around here.
Yes. There were more of them when we were young. Far more.
Is this the Empire's doing? Have they been sent away?
They have, aye. Either to the Legions or Oriflamme. Seems the miners at Drake's Head are having a hard time keeping up with demand of late, so the bearers make up the shortfall. Time was they used to dole out crystals like sugar plums even down here in the provinces, but not anymore. Nowadays, they'll jump at any excuse to confiscate our bearers so they can be put to work elsewhere. I always knew the Empire treated their branded like shit, but after seeing it with my own eyes, well...
Congratulations on the new arrival. And you got the little laddie with you?
It was a bearer. The boy I carried for 9 long moons. A bloody bearer.
Oh, you poor thing. You gave it to the constables then?
Just left it at the garrison, I. Let them deal with it. Couldn't wait to be rid of the blasted thing. Been wanting it gone since the moment I found out.
Well, it's all dealt with now. So no harm done, eh?
Mum, you weren't my brother, was he?
No. But you'll have one soon enough. You just have to be patient. All right?
Yikes! Yikes!
Unbelievable, innit? Bearers may have been looked down on back in Archduke Elwin's day, but they were still human beings. Now they've fallen so far, a beggar wouldn't spit on them. Since you're not drinking, do me a favor and take that to the Abbey. There's a darkness at the heart of this world, and I'd have you see it.
And we'll see it at an abbey.
Glademond Abbey, on the shore of Sorrowise Bay.
Aptly
The
named
abbot
Bay.
there is a friend. Tell him Martha sent you, and he'll show you what I mean.
Understood.
Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, so him not covering up the brand on his face, I think some of it is that there's still some utility to it, moving from place to place. If it was to be covered up and then it was to be discovered, it might create more problems than it solved. So right now, especially since we're with Jill, we can move under the guise of simply being her branded protector. Which, you know, allows us to fly under the radar a bit more than, if we didn't have the brand, but we were still walking around like this. I would assume that is likely the reasoning behind that.
Make sure you're aiming that at the fish there, son. Keep a nice of these turnips. From over Amber way, are
Don't be shy!
That's right. It's fresh cuts, fresh cuts.
Well, okay then.
When he goes to Eastpool, leave him in the park.
Just make sure there's not some sort of quest I'm missing. Nope.
Which staff was for the Golden Stables again?
How you doing, Marky Mark? Not so bad, and you?
I don't care what your orders are, Brandon. You keep that sword in its sheath.
We're up to 30 megabit today, Mark. I found out that the YouTube RTMP server, I sent 50 megabit to it for a meme. It held. I backed off on it because YouTube was complaining at me. Why is your bitrate so high, you son of a bitch? You're blowing our servers up! So I backed off on it. Also, when people are like in live mode, which is hard, we were establishing this earlier, hard to get, but if you know, refresh and then you just 2x speed until it turns itself off, it's like, I guess the way to get as close to as possible, but the lowest is about 10 seconds, the highest is around 30 seconds, so the variability in latency for people is, dramatic, we'll say. Is this even, like, the way for us to be going to go that route? Because it's looking an awful lot like No. We gotta go down the other side, which would be the reasoning for the bridge being fixed. Of course. Yeah, we're running 32 megabit at the moment. But I don't know if RTMP, with everything, if they pass it through the encoder or the transcoder differently, and it looks no better, no worse, or if it looks worse, or whatever, but...
Bridge is down. If you're heading for Eastpool, you'll have to wait.
We're supposed to
Oh
be
no,
in
we can't go
Eastpool
this
yesterday.
way. Okay, fine. But yeah, I, watched yesterday's VOD. It looked good. Well, it looked good. Kinda hard to complain.
If it weren't for that mark, you ain't pulled that sword from its scabbard.
As soon as I praised the game for not having repeated voice lines. Probably because I teleported.
Don't be shy!
It's like a just straight up elevator. Yes. How good was Twitch latency? The big plus for Twitch's latency was that if you were watching on source quality, everyone's latency would be within 1 to 3 seconds of one another, on average. So the latency total would be somewhere between 7 and 15 seconds,
Hated by its parents through
as the widest possible range.
We knew nothing of
Most between 7 and 10. If you're watching source. If you're watching a transcode, obviously that moves the needle.
We're not alone.
But that's because YouTube transcodes everything. There is no live feed per se. Come here, you. There we go. Yes, the fighting mud crab never truly dies, does it? A perennial meme. Ooh, an adamantoise. Word? Word? Ouch! Oh, I missed my window for the meme. It's Morbin time! It's never not mud crabs. Haunt me in my dreams. Oh my god, you're alive. Okay. I thought he was dead. Now he's definitely dead. Thank you for your service. Yeah, the claw, like, is it monotonous? Clearly. But the claw combo to, you know, to chain enemies that get stunned really easily and you're not worried about them just fighting through your attacks and slapping you in the face. It's just a great way of just moving through lesser enemies and keeping them in front of you. Yeah, Adamantoise compared to 15, or like most of the Final Fantasies, Adamantoises were huge. Wasn't the one in 13 like a fucking world eater? Like that motherfucker was basically wandering around the open world, just massive. The two prize Adamantoises have suddenly disappeared. We done fucked up. 25-8 athletics. Thank you for that follow. I appreciate it. Oh, I missed my window. I blame you. I blame exercise. I blame physical fitness. Thank you for that. Thank you for that follow. Much appreciated. Is that just a really fancy fucking chocobo over there? Holy shit, it is. Come here. There we go.
It's over.
There we go. So the question mark that we haven't gotten to at this point is, do you catch your own chocobo? I know they pronounce it chocobo. Sounds like a exotic chocolate. Brian and I always said chocobo. I don't think I'll ever be able to get that out of my mind. Hello, Bluebird. Oh, you don't like me. Oh, you're big enough to actually...
Let's go and see.
Hadouken! I didn't want to have to kill you. You left me no choice! That's where we're headed. Hello, Burb. Hey, let's go. That's a dub. Saves us some potions. You'll love to see it. What is this bird murder? Look, a man's gotta eat. Alright. A man's gotta eat. Sometimes you just gotta Kentucky fry your way to a meal. I'm sorry. Don't call PETA. Must collect items. Must gain experience. Must improve Darude Sandstorm. Birderer? That's pretty clever, I like it.
That's enough.
Just kill stealing everyone's shit. Jill's over here trying to get all fancy and stuff, using all this big magic. Nah. Just tune them up. Alright. Hello, sir. Do you have a moment to talk about your car insurance? Oh, we're fucking this guy right in the ground beef. Whoa! Cool. Oh my goodness. Oh, big points for the finisher. That was hot. That was a good fight. We absolutely friggin' had his number the whole time. Good stuff. Good stuff. Oh god, wrong. Wrong one. Loving all these items. Give me the craftables, please. Please and thank you. Alright, I think that actually clears this area out for the most part. Except for this blatantly obvious item. Fine. I thought we were done. Evidently no. Apparently not. Yeah, check on my ability points.
You're finished.
Good! That's got that. Oh, we got... Oh, it's 1,023. I think we just see that right there. And here we are. Good work, team. Good job, chat. You really pulled it off in the end there.
Good day to you. I'm afraid the Abbey is not open for public prayer. May Grieger go with you?
We came to offer a donation. From Martha.
I see. Then please, follow me.
I don't want to die. Please, Father. Come in for the pain. I beg you.
The light, it fades. I don't want to die alone.
It's all right. I'm here.
Who are these people?
Martha's bearers. She entrusted them to my care, that I might ease their suffering.
What are they suffering from?
To the extent that I can. For the time they have left.
What up, Brian? Rate the game so far worth paying full price for? Are they getting rigid or something? Turning into fucking... They crystallizing?
All of them. As it does every bearer forced to use their gift.
Oh, that's
With
why
each
they're
draw
not
on the
using
ether,
them constantly.
Their bodies petrify, till all that remains is stone and pain, and so they are cast aside.
Right.
There is nothing either Martha or I can do to change that.
I certainly, to this point,
at least strive
don't
to make their
have
final
a lot of
hours
negative things to say about it.
bearable.
For what that's worth.
Have faith, my son, for you shall rise again. And
If
find
that means anything.
happiness denied you in this life.
Thank you, Father.
But I mean, it's, you know, in Canada, it's $93. Plus, damn, that happened quick. $93 and tax, $107 for the game. I mean,
I must offer you my own thanks.
so much money.
For the medicine you
That
so
being
kindly
said,
brought.
thus far, it's a
Their final
very good
moments
game.
may be moments of peace.
Very good.
When next you see Martha, pray tell her that 2 more have succumbed.
We should get back to Martha's Rest.
Yes, we should.
Thank you for bringing us the physic. Would that we were not so reliant on Martha's kindness.
But I fear we would have naught to soothe these bearers' woes without it. Save a prayer to a god that is not their own.
Knock, knock. Wait a minute. How does that fireplace work? There's nothing inside or outside, and it's just the wall, and then the chimney is like in the roof above. You know what? Best not ask. Yeah, so they moved to 70. Most AAA games or first-party games are now $70 US, which ends up being about $89.99 Canadian. On the PS Store, it's $93. Why? Because fuck you. That's why. But it's you know, this is a as far as game length is concerned, it's going to be a pretty long game. If you like action combat, it's, you know, it's going to scratch an itch there. Great looking, phenomenal voice acting. The story, the writing is good, very good. The story is above average, but it's also very clearly and almost comedically in some instances derivative of Game of Thrones. I mean, there's an actual Hodor. We have a direwolf. The origin of some of the characters is, like, it's very steeped. I mean, we know that they forced the developers of the game to watch basically the Game of Thrones franchise, so we understand why. However, but the writing itself, so dialogue and whatnot, all very, 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 very good. Voice acting is fucking fantastic. There are let's say the set piece moments have been phenomenal so far. Bordering on too much. It almost gets to be overwhelming, but very, very, very good. Music is phenomenal. The characters are all quite good thus far. The main characters that you interact with, and even some of the like closer to NPC situation type stuff in towns and whatnot, have all been pretty good. So yeah, I like, as you can tell, I don't have a lot of negative things to say about the game, really. But we're still relatively early on in the game. I would say the fact that the story isn't as strong as the writing itself, just the base writing is perhaps the closest thing to a knock on it that I've got. The motion blur, okay, I'll say this. Motion blur is fucking god-awful. And apparently they're working on a patch to disable it, but the motion blur is, I mean, and for no reason. Like I was saying, like the textures and stuff are all great. It's 30 FPS, but it holds 30 FPS pretty much stable. So motion blur is just not necessary. Let people toggle motion blur on and off. Never force motion blur. Literally ever. I don't care if it's console or PC. Never do that anymore. Stop the madness. It just strains my eyes. It's unnecessary in this game, but it's there. Hopefully that patch comes sooner rather than later. Combat is a bit monotonous in spots. That could change in time, but it's kind of just indicative of this style of combat. A lot of the fun from it, okay, let me put it this way. I look at stuff like Devil May Cry, Bayonetta, and whatnot. You can find efficiency combos to work your way through a lot of fights. If you're somebody, and that can get boring, because you do this, it's efficient, but you're doing the same thing because it's the fastest way to kill enemies. And a lot of enemies have enormous health pools. And fights can drag on. So I look at action games like this and similar. It's not identical to Devil May Cry, but it's, you know, it obviously shares a lot. I look at it kind of like sandboxy in combat. You get out what you put in to a degree. If you're somebody that A, is skilled enough, but B, treats the combat like a sandbox. Okay, look, I just fought this an adamantoise not long ago, and I know how to kill it as fast as possible, but maybe I'll try and style on this one and do some new shit that I haven't done and try and kill it. You know what I mean? It's kind of like a create your own fun situation, because once you've gotten the combat to a point where you can be efficient with it, now it becomes like monotonous, so you have to go out of your way. But going out of your way like that is you know, in similar ways that open world games that are sandboxes, I feel like it ends up being a, it's impressive that the game can allow you that much freedom to do the thing, but just because you can do it doesn't mean that it feels, in practice, less, lazy's not the right word, but engaging from the developers, because they could just say, okay, here's an enemy with a relatively large health pool, it's got this attack set, it's not going to be a big deal to kill, but it's got a big health pool, go. And then just, you know, we'll let the player have fun, you know, doing 60,000 backflips and fireballs and all that shit. Similar to with, like, Tears of the Kingdom, where it's like, here's this absolutely enormous world. There's a lot to do, but it's spread out all over the place, and getting from point A to point B is a monotonous slog that you're better off usually just going to a tower and getting there via air or fast traveling the vast majority of the time, once you have fast travel places unlocked. And combat is kind of whatever, but you can build a B2, you know, you can build a bomber, fucking, you can build a mecha to take out this encampment. That would, hey, by the time you build the mecha, you could have already taken out the encampment, but you can build it, and it makes it kind of fun, because then you can post a, you know, 60-second clip on social media of you having, you know, recreated, you know, Neon Genesis Evangelion's opening cutscenes, or opening scenes in Breath of the Wild, in Tears of the Kingdom. Like, you can do that, it's dope, but it doesn't make the fact that the world is, like, open and pretty empty, because the sandbox is supposed to be something that you engage with, or they're hoping for you to. So depending on the type of player you are, that's either really awesome or really boring, because you're never going to be the guy or girl to go and do that shit. For me, it was the latter. I'll do the sandboxy stuff once in a while, but not in a way that's likely going to be me going out of my way very frequently, enough to make up for the fact that everything is just so, you know, empty. In combat in this, it is going to be infrequent for me to engage with it in a sandboxy way. I'm probably going to stick to relative efficient strategies to get rid of enemies that have large health pools. So if I was going to say something else that's even, like, remotely a negative, and it's not even a huge negative, that's probably one of them. That might get a growing negative, you know, piece as the game goes on, and we've been doing it for longer and longer. But that's about it. Otherwise, I've got nothing but pretty much great things to say about the game. How do you like the world travel? Always kind of irked me in these games, like Dragon's Dogma, that all I ever get to do is just run around and maybe fast travel to a major town. This doesn't bother me. It's a relatively linear experience. You know, like some places like where we are right now is kind of a bit more open. You know, this is, you know, Todd Howard's not in the back of you saying, hey, you see that mountain over there? You know, you can climb it. You know, that's not a thing. But I find it fine. It's kind of whatever. I would rather it be railroaded like this, with more well thought out, you know, where we're placing enemies and stuff to, you know, keep it fresh as you're going through, than just leaving it wide open and giving me like a horse, or in this instance a you know, chocobo, and just having me go run around an open map that has nothing to do the vast majority of the time. I think it fucks with pacing. I think it's just kind of occasionally nice to look at stuff, but I don't think it's particularly necessary. It doesn't ruin it or I don't begrudge it. Thing I was talking about yesterday, the curtain or like the magic sometimes is not really done well, and by that I mean like in games that are kind of linear, oftentimes they still manage to make the world that you can actually interact with or explore feel bigger in various means. This area has gotten better than what all we've experienced before, but this game has felt a little bit claustrophobic. But as we progress, that might change. It's certainly a bit better today in this area than we have in previous areas. But that's just something that's you know, some games do better than others, where if it's very linear in nature, you're in a situation in which you know, what they do to make the world that you can interact with feel bigger than it really is. Some do it better than others. Yes, and in general, any RPG like this, or any RPG in general, JRPG or otherwise, is going to be challenging to keep fresh after 80 hours plus of gameplay, right? Like, whether it's turn-based, or semi-turn-based, or action combat, or what have you. Oh, are we just going right back to... Yeah, okay. You know, it's gonna get old. It's gonna get old. I think how you try to, or how, depending on how much backtracking you have to do in the game or whatnot, the way to help mitigate that a bit is to make sure that when a player is progressing and they're getting stronger, that enemies don't scale with you so aggressively. There's a philosophy of scale the enemies up so that the combat is always engaging and you're not just walking through them, but also there's the philosophy of, you know, keep that for stuff that's in front of the player, but if they're going backwards, more often than not, you want to make them feel like they've actually grown as a character, as, you know, or as a player, and are now stronger, and then let them stomp the fuck through older areas. Let them just demolish shit. And it doesn't have to be necessarily one shot, but make them feel more powerful, like they've actually progressed. Otherwise, then it can get, you know, I think, for me, I follow that philosophy more, in that if everything is always the same amount of difficulty and the same amount of time to kill the same enemies, I never feel like I'm progressing. Like, I've got a better sword, better armor, better magic, better everything, but this chocobo that I killed in a fight 40 hours ago is still kicking my ass the same as it did 40 hours ago, and it's still taking me as long to kill it. You know, what actually has gone on in that period of time?
It was good, honest work, building.
Ah, you're back. Thanks for taking care of that.
No problem, I enjoyed watching people die.
I had a message for you. 2 more have succumbed.
I see. Come upstairs.
Seems inappropriate, but okay.
So, now you know, eh?
I've seen plenty of bearers die on the battlefield. But never like that.
And all because they were born different. The powers that be can't take away their gift, so they strip them of their humanity instead. Oh, there's plenty who pity a bearer's plight. But so long as we're content to sit around, weeping for those on whose broken backs we're carried, we ain't gonna change nothing.
And so you lend Sid your strength?
What little of it I have. Used profits from this place to buy the poor buggers.
So when the abbot told us the bearers were yours...
Aye, they're my property, at least by law. Any still fit to work fetch a price beyond my means. All I can do is care for those who are past mending. But it's not all doom and gloom. Bernard's finished fixing that bridge for you. You can carry on to Eastpool now. You got questions that need answering, ain't you? Well, I wish you luck.
Thank you, Martha.
This is gonna sound maybe odd, but Jill might be one of the most actually legitimately Asian-looking Final Fantasy characters I've ever seen.
And know that you will always
Like,
be welcome.
7 Remakes Tifa started to, like, flirt with it, but so many times, almost all of them, you know, they just look... Although Jessie in Final Fantasy VII Remake was also not bad, but it's really historically been pretty uncommon. They all just look so Western. Diablo does that and it made me quit. Enemies leveled up along with me, and over time I just didn't feel any stronger. Yeah, that's just some people prefer that because they feel, you know, because they enjoy the combat so much that they don't mind that it's like that. But I prefer, you know, just keep putting stuff in front of me that's keeping up with me or challenging. But if I go back, I want to feel like I've actually progressed to some degree. I want to go back, like say there's an area 1 boss that just beat my ass silly. Be like, all right, I can, you know, knock knock, guess who's back? Backhand them. You know what I mean? Yuffie really does, yeah, actually, that's a good point. That's a good point. She also has considered, and for the upcoming game, they finally buttoned her fucking pants. Weirdos. For God's sake. What's the rating so far out of 5? Well, it's uncommon for me to, you know, give something like a rating and then work backwards from there if it starts getting like, you know, I don't necessarily review stuff where it's like it starts at 100 and then goes down as time goes on. That being said, up to this point, if the entire game was up to this point and stopped, it's 5. There's not a lot. Everything that I've got is nitpicking. You know, motion blur, that's a nitpick. You're not gonna fucking decimate the score for motion blur. Or the story's writing, or the story not being quite as strong as the writing that is supporting it, is not so, it's not so noticeable that I would be detracting a full fucking star for it on its own merits. There would need to be more going on there to, you know, to accumulate a full star. But we are still early on in the game, and so lots of time for things to crop up. But I mean, if the game just kept going on like this, then, you know, yeah, I don't know if I foresee this getting a coveted 6 on our system.
Sid.
But I also don't see it going south of a 4. It's likely a 4 or a 5.
I did, aye. With 1,000 little lightning bolts. Can't fling them around the way I used to.
Sid getting a little rocked up, if you know what I mean.
Think of it as my decoration for long service and exemplary misconduct. But you didn't come here to compare war wounds.
We didn't.
Thank you, Sid. For everything.
If you want to leave, that's your lookout. I'm sure you'll have a long and happy life together if you stay out of my way.
Speaking of Hodor,
Sid.
Found him.
Oh. I knew a girl, back in the day. She was a slave to her fate, just like you. I wanted to save her.
We all know who he's talking about.
For a while, I even thought I could. But just because you think something doesn't make it true.
Sid.
Of all of the Final Fantasies I've played, this is the best Sid.
I'm no savior.
Thus far.
Just a conceited old fool. I talk about people forging their own futures. But instead of handing them the hammer, I beat them with my own. And if no bugger wants to listen to what you've got to say, you might as well keep your gob shut. But Clive, I will say this. You're not a monster. You're the same man you've always been. Except that. And
What
you
up,
may yet
Deathbred?
escape your fate.
15, Sid?
My fate.
Look,
15's anything?
and I don't see it getting much easier. You might not be able to save anyone else, but at the very least, you can save yourself.
I'll try.
And Jill, I'm sorry we didn't get a chance to talk, but I trust you'll take good care of the boy.
Yes, I will.
Is that the last of it?
Aye.
We'd best head back then. Wouldn't want to keep Nan.
Like, all the dialogue in this game is so natural and so well fucking written.
Ta-ra then.
They did such a great job of it. Yeah, Sid in 15 just had a really nice rack.
I hear the levies are due to the slumbering chocobo. Welcome to the Brotherhood. You're free to come and go as you please, even to the north, now the bridge is fixed.
Yeah, I think the grandfather was, like, technically supposed to be the Sid, but it was all a bit of a
Don't you
meme.
worry about them boards. I use good solid lumber. It's the base on the other side you want to be careful of.
I gotta keep it 100. Y'all need to learn how to do some carpentry. This shit is just... my god.
Martha said the blight had spread even further south, pushing yet more monsters down with it. I dare say we'll be seeing a few along the way.
Then we shall have to keep our wits about us.
The voice direction and overall VA work also helps, though. Well, yes. I mean, clearly. But even if you were just reading it, it's very well done. The writing, generally speaking, is all exceptional. It's with very little, you know, flaw or overt campiness and whatnot. But the voice acting is also conveniently really fucking good. Oh, the double kill on that uppercut. Let's go. Let's go. Let's not start a fight with that Adamantoise just yet. Yeah, definitely not the most efficient use of wood I've ever seen, that's for sure. Oh, I missed it. One sec. Oh, the combat looks a lot less clunky here. Thoughts? What are my thoughts? What thoughts are you looking for, Deborah?
Garuda, lend me.
Uh, 15's combat was dog shit. I got a lot of hate for saying that back in the day, but 15's combat was dog shit. I literally killed the last boss with 2 buttons. It was abysmal. It was, I mean, in fairness, it was their first major foray into, what they're working towards this. That's like in Final Fantasy VII Remake, like they're working towards this. This is what they were hoping to eventually get to. Although I think they were, in 15, they were aiming more for 7 Remake. But the combat was just dog water in 15. Not the bees! Well, what were you asking, Dapbred? Like, my thoughts on combat? Is that what you're looking for? Or like enemy health pools or something? I didn't see you type anything related earlier, so I was confused what you were asking before.
That's enough.
We're not alone.
Mark. Dapper, I feel like your messages are literally not even making it into the chat. I feel like you're actually typing shit and it's either like it's too long of a message or it's getting auto-fucking modded by YouTube. I'm literally not seeing anything that you're typing. I'm just seeing you put to absolutely murder the meme. Or for the third time to absolutely murder the meme and then like nothing before, nothing after. I think your shit's getting eaten up, bro. I don't know. Stop talking about licking butthole or so whatever it is that you're going on about. Your sexcapades. Oh, that's cute.
Careful.
How tall are you?
You are screaming into the void, yes. Oh, I missed my opportunity to bring him down. Fuck. Oh. Oh. Oh my god. Fucking me up. Oh. Wow. Oh, there's a lot, like an action that's a thing? Where can I choose that? Maybe top right? What is this? Toggle moderation activity, toggle timestamps, add reaction, oh, live chat, all messages. Ah, there we go. Great. Now we're talking. So top chat is holding stuff for possible spam and everything else. So that's like what they would use on VODs and stuff. Oh, here we go. I wonder if I can see Dapbeard's messages now. Nope, still not. We need to test timing again? I don't know if that is a thing, but I mean we can. So what we can do is... what I'll do is I will count down 3, 2, 1 and then say now, and when I do that, you guys in chat, tell me when you hear me say now. So 1 second here, I will get the stopwatch up. Okay, 3, 2, 1, now. Mark is at 12 seconds. Praise is at 16. Fox is at 21. And then we're gonna get like a wave at 30 or some shit. Sergeant. Brian. Ditto. Yeah. Dapbread. So, yeah, so the thing about YouTube's live streaming for actually having everyone be even remotely close to seeing the same shit at the same time is fucking awful. It's literally abysmal. It's dog shit. Just so, if my responses to you or other people seem weird or off, that's why. The best that we've come up with, and you can take this to any stream that you watch on YouTube, and I suspect this is not the only stream that you watch on the platform, for some of you, is get there, refresh the page, watch at 2 times speed until it catches up, it will go away on its own. That seems to reduce the delay as much as humanly possible. Because even dragging the bar all the way to the right apparently hasn't actually resulted for many people in having proper latency. Or the best, or lowest. Yeah, and some will be even more than 30 seconds, which is just, like, insane. You know, ultimately YouTube is still a VOD platform. The whole live streaming thing is kind of just a semi-pivoted version of their transcoded VODs. There is no actual live feed. They transcode absolutely everything, including 4K for you. So if we were on Twitch or some other platform similar and you chose source quality, you're getting like a 7-ish, 3 to 7-ish second long delay because it's just basically my live feed, because it's not transcoded. It's just straight what you're getting. So what you're getting is all transcoded, whether at 4K or less. Mark. Yeah, so the 2x speed thing solves it to a degree, but just something to keep in mind. So I apologize if sometimes my responses and stuff seem weird, but you can assume that for any and all streams. The only exception to that is if they're streaming at 1080p, they can lower the internal latency, and it can be more standard. The problem is that YouTube's 1080p looks like absolute unadulterated cheeks. Like really bad. And since a lot of people are more likely to watch this in VOD form in the long run, they go back. People watching VODs tend to watch in full screen and less on like a smaller screen, and so it looks better.
Excuse me, I'll use that blade of yours. Ugh, curse my luck, I'm branded. No time to haggle with whoever holds your leash. Wait, that's the slumbering chocobo you're wearing. You in the Marfers, are you? Good. She won't begrudge me the use of you, then. Not while there's wolves about. We tried dealing with them ourselves. Laid out bait, think we might swoop in and slaughter the lot. But we didn't expect the pack to be quite so bloody big.
I expect the blight drove them here.
This guy sounds like Jeff trying to sound like Gordon Ramsay.
Well, we'd hoped empty bellies might make them easy prey. We'd made them mean instead. Martha's no fool, so she must see something in you. Do us a favor and get rid of them, will you?
All right. I suppose those wolves pose a threat to everyone.
Aye, that's what I'm talking about. I'd wager the greedy bastards are still over yonder, finishing off our bait. When you've seen to every last one of them, go and speak to my friend over the bridge. Bryce, his name is. He'll want to know if it's safe to come across. All right, off you go then.
I wonder if I'm caught up. I did 2x speed and it only lasted like 2 seconds. Alright, well, this is what we'll do. Just for you, Brian. I'll count down and I'll say, you know, now, and then you let me know. Okay? Let's see. We'll see how it works for you. Let's see. Alright, 3, 2, 1, now. So Brian's still 35 seconds behind. Kalutzi, Fox, and Trey both are about 10 to 12. Yeah. I don't want to fight mosquitoes at the same time I'm fighting the fucking Minotaur. Ouch!
Not this time.
Just in the nick of time. Get fucked, bud. Get fucked, bud. Yeah, Darude Sandstorm is really good. You just gotta be careful you don't get clapped by it because you can't see through the tornado. In a one-on-one scenario, it can be very strong, but in a group it's better if only because it's usually smaller enemies that get, you know, fucked up. Where are we at for ability points right now? $12.43. It's faster. I could just clean up most of those. I wonder how much healing that does. Or I could just clean a lot of these up. I think I'm gonna clean some of these up. Just get these done. We're all of our standard stuff is mastered now. I think I'll upgrade that. That is... This is our big finisher, like damage dealer. And so I'm probably gonna upgrade that. No, it's all good, Fox. It's all good. You have feelings about this game. What are your feelings, Mark? I'm intrigued. Oh my god, I'm fucking all my shit up here.
This time.
That Minotaur just got slammed. This is not Final Fantasy. Oh, like I said about Zelda, this is not Final Fantasy. I'm guessing predominantly because of the combat system. Correct me if I'm wrong. I just want to know where it is. I'll give my thoughts afterwards, but yeah. So I mean, I don't begrudge that opinion, and I certainly don't wholly disagree. I think that in my mind, and in many people's minds, depending on when they jumped into the series and how many games in the series they played, etc., etc., they have a certain like basket of goods, so to speak, that comprises what makes an individual game feel like a Final Fantasy game to them. And for a lot of people, turn-based combat to some degree, where I would say 13 was the last one to make an attempt at actioning or making turn-based more actiony, before they just got off of it almost entirely. You know, that's definitely a major piece, and in no small part, because from the 80s Final Fantasy straight up through 10, 12, I guess, was the first real departure from wholly turn-based combat, or 11, I guess. We go by, you know what I mean. But it's not surprising that it would stop feeling like a Final Fantasy game if that's missing, if that part's missing. I would say that between 15, 7 Remake, and this, and I guess since 7 Remake is more or less the improvement on 15, so we'll just say between 7 Remake and this, and I mentioned this before, This, I 100% want this over 7 Remake. Fuck 7 Remake's combat's goddamn awful. So, if I'm forced down this path, this is the one that I want. Does everything else about this feel like Final Fantasy? I would say that this feels more like Final Fantasy 12 than the other Final Fantasies of the what people might consider the golden era. Which is unsurprising because other than the combat shift, they basically just rewrote Star Wars and painted it Final Fantasy. This is rewriting like Game of Thrones, painted Final Fantasy. And when they do that, when they're so derivative of a major property, or not derivative, but yeah, I guess derivative, it takes away a bit of the feeling of it being a Final Fantasy game in more than just title. I think that, for me, the major point thus far in this game that's missing is that in most Final Fantasy games, I feel like I'm on a grandiose adventure, typically with a group of friends that I have either acquired or because the game gives it to you, or have gone out of my way and found them for side quests, whatever the fuck else, to have them. Right now, like, I have a group, but it's typically just, it's Torgal plus one, and I don't really, necessarily choose that per se in any real meaningful way, and because I'm not controlling them in combat, it's a degree of separation that older Final Fantasy games might, didn't have. So it doesn't have the grandiose adventure feel. The set pieces are fucking massive. I mean, holy shit. They're insane. The set pieces are fucking bonkers. But you can have that and it doesn't mean that it's a grandiose adventure. It just means it has really big set pieces. So I think for me, in terms of this not feeling as a game like Final Fantasy, it has more to do with that than the combat system. I think you could totally, if you're looking to modernize Final Fantasy in a way that will sell to more people, this style of combat is clearly likely going to do it. But I think you could still have all this stuff and still have the grandiose adventure feel. Again, we're relatively early on. That could still rear its head in this. Don't know. But I totally understand why, for some people, this combat system alone would make them feel like this is just a wholly separate, different experience entirely. Ultimately, this doesn't pass the "could me and my dad sit through this and be entertained" litmus test. Well, yeah, if you especially if your dad wants to play it and it's not turn-based, might be a little bit more of a challenge. But it's still very good. I think that this is using a lot of the Final Fantasy property hallmarks and applying it in a version of the genre that is even further down the action end of the spectrum than Final Fantasy 15 was. I'm okay with it. It's not detracting from me in the way that Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom did, because the gameplay changes in that inherently decimated my experience from what I enjoy about Zelda games. Would I like to see turn-based combat? That's just like an elevated form of action turn-based combat that I think they could have continued to iterate on 13 and probably found something that I really enjoyed. Absolutely. But I can't deny that this is the best written, best voice acted, most visually appealing arguably best use of all of the Final Fantasy lore pieces that I've had in a Final Fantasy game since probably 9. The whole idea of, like, the mother crystals being the central pieces between the, of the twins, and then civilization cropping up around them, and the warring kingdoms, vying for, you know, positions in which, you know, provide, are more provided by the mother crystals that then end up having people that are bearers and dominants, that, you know, then, you know, dominants have control over some of the, you know, the gods of the Final Fantasy universe, and as such are almost like, you know, nukes from a battle combat, you know, between a warring nations, you know, situation. I think all of that, and the blight encroaching and pushing people out and further away from the mother crystals, and that turning up, you know, the twisting the knife and increasing political and war tension. All that's great. Yeah. I like this. All of that's great. Like it's very good. But for most people, I would say that if you're like an old school Final Fantasy fan and Final Fantasy needs to be turn-based and or have the group of friends go on to save the world and adventure together, kind of a delivery of narrative, then at least for the second part, we don't know yet with certainty, but then this is not going to maybe be as appealing as it could be. It's like that Ship of Theseus question. Oh yeah, how much of it can you change before it's no longer the same ship? Yeah, well, that's what I was trying to say, is like, you can have all of those elements, Crownless, right? Like, you can have all of those, but the way in which those elements are used and delivered will determine whether or not it feels like a Final Fantasy game to somebody or not. Like, you can have all of those and stick it in front of somebody, and, like, it's kind of like how many people bounced off Final Fantasy 12, you know, for similar reasons. How many people bounced off Final Fantasy 13? Or its 2 sequels that it somehow fucking managed to get. To answer that question, Brian, I mean, Zelda, Pokemon, Elder Scrolls, although I guess depending on how you look at it, they're not 15 games of it long. There are lots of franchises that are very Call of Duty that are very popular, where they don't have to move the needle a lot. They just iterate in small ways, and there's a core fundamental way in which they feel like that franchise, and they don't move too far off of it. The thing about Final Fantasy is that the, you know, the problem for developers of Final Fantasy's ilk, the reality is that style of RPG fell out of favor with a large enough group to be able to justify spending the modern day equivalent of the amount of money that they would have spent in the 90s and early aughts to develop these games. So, like, you weren't going to likely convince them to spend $250 million to make, you know, redo Final Fantasy VII with turn-based combat, because the games with turn-based combat selling the most aren't selling enough to justify the expenditure. Let's be real, 13, 2, and 3 weren't sequels, they were lightning waifu dress-up fetishes in video game. Yes, they were. 100%.
Look hungry, all right. Hungry and mean.
Garuda, lend me your strength!
Alright, let's just... Garuda Sandstorm.
Gotta find this Bryce. Let him into the safe.
It's not that it's an issue. I think a lot of people are taking what Mark is saying as like an attack on the genre or an attack on what they personally enjoy about the more modern versions of the series. It's not, Mark is not attacking anything or anyone. He's just literally he's just stating his personal preference. Everyone needs to just like stop treating it like an attack. It's fucking wild out there for that. Listen, there's nothing wrong with trying new shit, but when you have the thing about Final Fantasy and why it's going to end up being perpetually a topic is because Final Fantasy has been a pillar franchise of the gaming industry, not just Square Enix, for 40 years. And so you're going to have, and of that 40 years, it's been only until recently, meaning literally like this year, the majority of it has been in a certain box. And we're just in the throes of it in the last couple of games. It's just that it takes forever to make these games, of breaking away from certain aspects of that traditional build into something different. Trying to find what is it that we can do to keep this feeling like Final Fantasy to a lot of our more diehard fans while appealing to a more broad audience that allows us to actually sell enough of these to continue making them at this high quality. So, for most people, that's turn-based combat and and how they deliver the story. Does it have a fucking, certain aspects of narrative delivery? Yeah, for many people, it will just be, does it feel like Final Fantasy? For those who as long there, but there are always going to be people where, as long as it is, there's always going to be people, and this exists for Zelda as well. As long as it has the name on the cover, they don't fucking care. The holy trinity is, does it have the name on the cover? Does it include at least, if it has a main character, does it have the main character? And is it pretty good? Everything else doesn't matter. You could change absolutely everything. Don't give a fuck. Wildly different take. Don't fucking care. Does it have those things? And so, those type of people are much easier to market to. The other people that are a bit more discerning in their likes and dislikes of a certain franchise, or what they feel like makes it separate from other franchises, and that's where they derive some of their entertainment, aren't gonna just, like, every time they try something new, they're not gonna be, they won't be the ones that are like, oh, fucking thank God, they're trying fucking isometric real-time action combat in my game, when historically, it was a 4X fucking strategy game. Like, that, you know, that's always gonna be the case. I don't think Mark has a problem with the combat in this at all, if Mark plays it. I think Mark, listen, this is not a really hard game, combat-wise. I'm sure there will be more fights that come up that will be more difficult, but this is not so challenging that the vast majority of people that want to play it are going to be unable to play it. And they give a lot of ways to make the game easier so that you can still enjoy just the story if that's all you fucking care about. So, like, that's all covered. I don't think it has anything to do with that. It's just, does somebody like the combat? Do they not like the combat?
So I got rid of the wolves.
You'd have me believe a single bearer slew the entire pack. Then again, if you didn't, you wouldn't be on this side of the bridge. Bugger me, you're a tough one, aren't you? Oh, Frederick! You wily bastard. I'd never thought to pit beast against beast like that. You served us well, bearer. Be sure to pass our thanks to your master.
Can somebody fill me in on it? Her name is Jill. She was more or less your sister, not of the same mother. She was a ward of your father's court duchy, when you were kids, and we reunited with her, in combat, a while back now, and she recovered. We are now reunited and traveling together. And she is not killable in combat, no. The dog and her both, Targal and Jill both are not gonna die. None of the people that are with you, to my knowledge, die. They are relatively useful in combat. You can tell the dog to do specific things if you want to, otherwise it will act on their own. She's also, yeah, I guess, story-wise, she is the dominant of Shiva. And we are the dominant of Ifrit. Although we're kind of like, you know, in Persona games, we're like the Joker card. We can kind of use a little bit of everything. But ultimately, we are the dominant of Ifrit. We can't summon or become the other, at least not yet. Don't know if that's part of it. We haven't got that far. Never be as useful as Rim Job. True.
That must be Eastpool.
Very true. How do you beat that? Oh, fucking missed. Good God, Adam. Get it together. Yeah, I get, like, in the aspect of, like, that just looks great. You know what I mean? That's fantastic. Yeah, son of a bitch! Be an antelope somewhere else! I was enjoying the view! Anyway. Like I was saying. Isn't that nice? Demand the final attack to kill the final boss beat from Targal. Assuming Targal makes it that far. This is Game of Thrones, his ass could be dead.
I remember coming here with Lord Murdoch when I was young. Rosaria seemed a very different place back then.
Okay, to kind of like expand a bit more on the feeling of the game, expand a bit more on the feeling of the game being a bit claustrophobic. I don't know if it's because we can't freely move about the world map, we're just fast traveling or whatever else. There's some aspect of this, but it makes it feel like this game is kind of like just a singular moment in one of the older Final Fantasies before you moved on to somewhere else. Even though we're moving around the map. If that makes sense. It doesn't feel as grand in nature. We're not, and I mean some of that is we're literally not going very far around on this world map thus far. Like we've moved around this little spot. Offered to see you in the Titan sub. I saw that Mr. Beast thing. I don't know, looked a little sus to me. Gotta be honest with you. Not that I give a fuck. Another day, another Destiny 2 server problem. They really need to communicate with players because it's twice this week. Yeah, I saw that. I saw that. Yeah, oh, and the Scarecrow thing looking like Vivi. Yeah, the Black Mage. Yeah. Bless Vivi. The one true god.
Wait!
Hey, what up, D-Texas? How you doing, brother? I just want to remind everyone, if you haven't already, hit the bell icon so you don't miss live stream notifications. I'm doing my best to, oh yeah. I'm doing my best to, make sure that I notify people in as many ways as I can, but... Ooh, fucked him up. Oh my goodness, we are just... I'd like to say I'm intentionally parrying, I'm actually trying to dodge it, but hey, it's working.
Not this time.
Oh my good god, we dumpstered his ass. Get fucked! I guess we'll get some more nice slow-moving B-roll from Marky Mark. There you go. Magical. You see that village over there? You can go there. Eventually. And record that combat and that little meme. And away we go. The Bone Zone! Just got back from BC. Oh, hope your trip was nice. This feels like the Witcher combat, 3 combat if it wasn't janky as hell. Not really. The Witcher combat is a lot more, rock, paper, scissory than this is. Both in preparation and in practice. Like, from a viewer's standpoint, or watching it, or how it plays out, it definitely looks similar, for sure. Gave the old Targle, the hover hand.
Quiet, isn't it?
Yes.
You're Clive Rossfield. It's me, Hannah, Rodney Murdoch's wife.
Lady Hannah.
Oh, I knew it was you. You haven't changed at all. The Lord Marquis and Jill too. It's so good to see you both again.
It's good to see you too, Lady Hannah.
Somehow survived.
If you have time, you simply must come back to the house. I haven't much to offer, but what is mine is yours.
We should be delighted.
Do you have waffles? I could go for some waffles.
And you have been wandering the world ever since. I can well understand fleeing from those iron blood brutes, but oh, to take to the road at such a tender age.
It wasn't easy, but we survived, and
now we're back. It's wonderful to see you safe and well, Lady Hannah.
Hold that thought. Let me... Ah, Rodney's wife. I was thinking, it was like that, the last name. I need to put, piece that together. Rip Murdoch, by the way, who we may or may not have torched as Ifrit. That's our bad. The Boiling Crusade, a surprise attack launched by the Iron Kingdom on the Duchy of Rosaria in the year 860. Rosaria was critically weakened at the time, having lost Archduke Elwin Rosefield. Oh, yes, right. The aftermath of Phoenix Gate. The Iron Blood unleashed a wave of murderous destruction upon the Rosarians and returned home with human spoils. Oh, right. Lots of the women and children. Mm-hmm. My brand! Mm-hmm, mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Do you think you will stay here, in Eastpool? Rosalith still enjoys the Mother Crystal's blessing, does it not? You could always move.
This house holds a lot of memories for me. So long as I can live here in peace, here I shall stay. Not that it matters. The capital is closed to civilians, by order of the Duchess. Or should I say, Her Imperial Majesty. Annabella's marriage to the Emperor of Sambrec heralded a great many changes here.
Yes. Of course.
Oh, forgive me. I didn't mean to...
Please. There is nothing to forgive.
My mom's a bitch, I
Would
understand.
your mother not make an exception for you and your husband? Surely she would not refuse the Lord Commander.
You haven't heard, then. Rodney passed away on the night of the fire. He never returned from Phoenix Gate.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I'm sorry.
Clive.
My poor child. You look pale. All this traveling must have taken its toll.
Or I killed your husband. I mean, you know.
We can talk later. Hmm?
Only mildly awkward.
Are you sure you don't want to sleep inside?
I can't. Not after what I did.
Lady Hannah said she would prepare a change of clothes for you in the morning. She really has been very kind.
Years of killing. 13 years without the faintest glimmer of hope. It was only Joshua that kept me going. I swore that I would avenge his death.
We're in a barn with... You want to put that out there, big guy?
His killer.
Put it out with your ice, would you? Let's make this...
That gave my life any meaning.
Mm-hmm.
But if it was me who killed Joshua and Murdoch and all the others, then why the hell am I still breathing?
I ask myself the same. When I fought, hundreds died. There were so many bodies, so many lives cut short in their prime. That day in Dalmekia, I wanted to join them. I wanted it all to end. I couldn't bear it anymore. If living meant being that, better to be just another body.
I'm sorry.
Clive realizing he's not the only one capable of being full of self-pity.
Do you remember that night on the balcony? When we looked up at the moon? I said a prayer to Metia, and that prayer was answered. You came back to me.
Oh boy.
The heavens must have a plan for us.
Oh, we're getting close here. We're getting closer. And not quite. Not yet.
We should get some rest.
Not yet.
Right.
Not allowed yet.
Good night, Clive. Sleep well.
Yeah, the guy who does Clive just crushing it. I mean, everyone, pretty much everyone, with the exception of the king of, I can't remember which king. Anyway.
You look just like Elwyn did when he was your age.
He was just kind of so-so. Everyone else has been
Did you come to have some
amazing.
of my father's old clothes?
What the fucking
Oh, before Elwyn became
upgrade?
Archduke, our families would often summer together. He and Rodney were like brothers. These clothes have been in a wardrobe for years, collecting cobwebs along with everything else.
New drip.
Well, I'm very grateful for them. And sorry for depriving you of your memories.
Not at all. It's what your father would have wanted.
They suit you well. Thank you, Lady Hannah.
Yes.
Team Red and Team Blue.
You've been most kind.
No, I should thank you. It may only have been for a short while. But seeing you again took me back to happier times.
The King of Walud, I think, was who, what's-her-face was working for,
My
right?
lord and lady.
And you, Lady Hannah.
Hannah looks like she hasn't aged a single day. Oh, we have new weapons and everything. Oh, shit.
It should take us all the way to Phoenix Gate. Let's go.
Well, okay then. And we got a little side weapon, too. Holy shit. Yeah, the Song of Ice and Fire, if written, I'm telling you, they really didn't, like, go out of their way to, to stretch the comparisons far apart. Should we look around here, see if there's anything? We probably should. Good stuff. Alright, moving on. Guess who missed all those chests? This guy. Sometimes depending on how a game is delivered in terms of like cutscenes and where your like actual interactive gameplay, this looks fucking ridiculously good, by the way. Like, just so good. But yeah, depending on how it's delivered, it can, honestly, it can make you forget that you should be looking around for shit. And I think some of that may actually be the visual. Like, once a game looks, you know, to a certain degree this good and you know, foliage is this dense and everything, it looks less gamey. So your visual, like, you know, where it's leading you, your eyes to various areas of a town where you are more likely to stumble across a chest or something, is lessened or hampered by just how good everything looks. And so you just end up, ironically, you'd think the better it looks, the more you want to explore, but sometimes it just makes you feel like you can't. You should just be moving on.
Anything take your fancy? Here you go. There you are.
Bless. Actually, wait.
If you're buying, I'm selling.
Oh, boy!
Come back soon now.
We're rich, bitch. Until we get to, like, the next tier of armor purchases, and then we're poor. Yeah, open world stuff, there's like a fine line between building the world out in a way where it still makes somebody want to go look for shit, and you still have to have a certain amount of like gamey design to lead people in places. Again, it's why as much of a meme as Bethesda titles can be, especially like with Elder Scrolls, for example, there's still master classes and all that shit. Like, you just want to go look at fucking everything. You want to run around and just you want to find shit. You want to, what's over here? What's up here? What's inside this cave? What's fuck? You just not very many open world franchises or games even remotely approach
You.
those titles for that.
Elwyn's. By the flames. You're his firstborn. Clive Rosfield.
You're mistaken.
Oh, you can't fool me, my lord. You're the very image of your father. And that would be true even if you weren't wearing his clothes. The self-same garments Hannah was keeping for you, if I'm not mistaken. She always swore that she would never part with them until the day Elwyn's sons returned. And now that day has come. Why, you'll be able to take your bearers back as well.
My bearers?
Come again?
Forgive me, Master Mayor. I was a child when last I came to Eastpool. I didn't recognize you.
Oh, I'd be surprised if you recognized anything at all. Much has changed since Rosaria fell to the Empire. Not least for the bearers, who once served her noble families. When the Ironbloods sacked Rosalith 13 years back, many who lost their masters fled here in search of sanctuary.
And never returned.
Aye. The plan was to send them home once we'd won back the capital. But then the Imperials arrived. Rosaria became a province of Sanbreque. The duchy was dissolved, and they no longer had any home to return to. Back in your father's day, any bearer who lost their master became a ward of the duchy. We'd hand them over to the sheriffs, and they'd be assigned a new position. But when we saw how the Empire treated their branded, we knew that wasn't an option. So they've been here ever since.
And now you want to give them to me?
They're yours by right, Lord Rosfield. Bequeathed you by your late father. And they'd be better off serving you than hiding here. Indeed, many of them used to serve your house, and still consider the Rosfields their masters.
I'm no one's master. Not anymore. They wouldn't be safe with me.
I understand. You'll forgive an old man his fanciful notions. Been daydreaming for too long. But still, I would ask a favor of you. A small mercy.
If it is within my power.
One of the bearers is an elderly fellow who still swears absolute loyalty to Archduke Elwyn. I don't ask that you take him into your service, only that you meet with him. Let him see that Elwyn's son still lives, and that he's as fine a man as his father ever was.
It would be my honor.
Thank you, my lord. He sits by the well most days, watching the people go about their business. If you could show him your face, I would be most grateful.
Back in the day...
As fine a man as my father.
You're not so very different, you know. Especially dressed like that. Come on, let's go and meet that bearer.
Alright, give me a sec, guys. I realize it is 9:30 and I have not eaten dinner. So just give me a minute to pop something in the microwave. Maybe turn on the cement mixer. And I'll be right back. Get you something to look at here. I don't know what's... reasonable. Alright, I'll be right back. All right. I'm back. Oh! Did you hear the cement mixer?
He's not here.
Well, I can't leave without meeting him. I've let the mayor down once already. It would be cruel to disappoint him again.
Right, let's ask around. Someone must have seen him.
This town is kind of, a bit busy work for my liking.
Well now, unfamiliar faces. What brings you to Eastpool, travelers?
We're looking for an elderly bearer. You wouldn't happen to have seen him, would you?
Ah, you mean the old boy who always waits by the well?
Yes, that's him.
What business do you have with him, if you don't mind me asking? You're not from the capital too, are you?
We are, in a way.
Well then, it's a pleasure to meet a fellow Rosalithian. I was born and raised down Market Street. And never would have left if Archduke Elwyn had survived the fire. It wasn't the same when the Duchess took over, though. Oh, the beatings, the evictions, the levies going up and up and up, even as the blight took half the harvest. Oh, listen to me, telling you what you already know. I'm sorry. I'm afraid I can't help you with your bear.
On a scale from 1 to Foxy how sexually repressed is Clive?
Every day, almost as if he's waiting for something.
We'll keep asking around then. Thank you.
I honestly believe that it never crossed his fucking mind until Jill entered the picture again. But now that she's here, now they got that, like, awkward, like, millennial age, we haven't really done any dating, but now we're 30.
Good day, milady. What can I do for you?
I'm looking for a bearer, an elderly fellow who used to serve the Rosfields. Have you seen him?
Ah, that old loon. No sign of him today. Funny, he's usually down by the well at this hour, cooking up his fantasy feasts.
I'm sorry?
Oh, he worked in the kitchens at Rosalith Castle back in the day. Still thinks he's there now. You'd often hear the poor fool chatting away to the Archduke. Living in a dream he is. But better there than here, I suppose. Can't imagine the Vicereine stopping to trade tales with a bearer. Can you?
No.
Anyway, you'll be round here somewhere. Doubt he has the path to stray too far.
Thank you. We'll keep looking.
I feel extremely called out.
Hey, hold on a mo. Young Patrick, the chocobo keeper, might know where he is.
My bad.
He's taken the old bird under his wing, so to speak. He'll be in the stables. You should go and have a word with him.
Patrick the Chocobo Keeper. Thank you. We will.
I'm sorry, Jill. For making you do all this in my stead.
It can't be helped if we're to keep up the pretense. Come on, let's head for the stables.
Where the
Troubled
bloody hell's he
youth.
got to?
Excuse me, but is something the matter?
It's this bearer I've been minding. I take my eyes off him for 1 minute and he disappears. He's not in his usual spot by the well, nor anywhere else in the village.
You must be Patrick.
I am, but...
And this bearer you're looking for, he's an elderly man who used to work in the Rosalith Castle kitchens, yes?
That's the fella. How do you know all this? I've never seen you in Eastpool before, but you seem to know the place better than I do myself.
This kid's supposed to be a youth, but he's yoked like a fucking 35-year-old man that's done nothing but friggin' bale hay his entire life.
Ah, so that's how it is. Well then, if you're acting under orders of the mayor, you're on about to help me find him. He's been losing what little sense he had left of late, saying the sheriffs are coming to collect him, and that he needs to go back to the castle. I was supposed to watch over him, keep him out of trouble. But if he's walked out on us, there's not a lot I can do.
Understood. You keep searching here, we'll look for him outside.
Thank you. I'm in your debt.
I hope he hasn't wandered into trouble.
Let's just concentrate on finding him. Still no sign. Could he have strayed even further?
Even at the cliff? Oh boy. Oh boy.
Look. There's someone over there.
It might be him. We should hurry. Company.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
We can't lead them to the old man. They need to die.
Agreed.
Mmm.
Are you all right, my friend? Come on. Let's go home.
Your Grace, you came for me.
Oh boy.
I waited for you so long. But you finally came.
Just play into the delusion for now.
Not who you think.
No, don't do that.
Clive.
Just play into it, you dumbass.
Yes. Pray forgive my long delay.
It's nothing, Your Grace. I prayed to the Founder that you would come, and at long last, he answered. Will we be returning to the castle, then? There is still a place for me in the kitchens?
No, my friend. We will not be returning to the castle, not yet. I'm on a very important expedition, one which may take some time. Could you wait for me in Eastpool until my journey is complete? I will come back for you then. I promise.
Of course, Your Grace. For you, I would gladly wait until my dying day.
Funny you should say that.
Thank you, both of you. You've been most kind. The memory of serving the late Archduke was as one light in the darkness, and now that light burns a little more brightly. It's nothing but a fantasy, of course, but it's better than the truth of the matter. A damn sight better. The blight is on our doorstep. Our harvests are failing. The people are leaving in droves. If it weren't for Lady Hannah selling half her worldly goods to provide for the few of us who stayed behind, we would long since have starved. We want to keep the bearers safe here, we really do. But unless a miracle happens, we won't be able to spare a crust of bread to share between them soon enough.
Is it really that bad?
So bad, I even petitioned the Imperial garrison to take them. But when they found out where they'd come from, they damn near spat in our faces. Ducal dogs, they called them. Enemies of the Empire.
I know a man named Sid, who would gladly give a home to any bearer in need of one. Leave this with me. As soon as I return from Phoenix Gate, I'll speak with him.
Thank you, my lord. Will you be passing through Eastpool on your way back? I should very much like to speak with you again, if you have the time, regarding the future of the village, and what might be done for Lady Hannah, after all she's done for us.
Yes, of course. I'll be back anon.
Fare you well, my lord, my lady. I wish you a safe journey.
Bless up. Bless. And now for something a little different.
The Deadlands are aptly named.
I didn't realize they were this close.
They're literally on the other side of the gate.
The blight is leaching the ether from the soil. And when the last drop is drained, their fields will turn to this. No plants, no animals, no life.
And no monsters. I suppose that's one small mercy.
Time to go looking for memes. That looks like a meme.
What's this?
Hello?
Another relic of the fallen.
Nothing we can do yet?
We won't be able to use any magic here.
Another thing to worry about. As if the absence of ether didn't cause enough problems.
Take away the land's life force, and problems are all that's left.
Oh yeah, we actually can't use magic. Well, shit.
I can hardly imagine what this place used to look like before the Blight took it.
I remember. It was beautiful.
It looks something like this.
There it is. Phoenix Gate. Where it all went wrong.
Come on, Clive. It's time to discover the truth.
Well, if you insist. Oh, there's a side quest back here at Martha's Rest. Word? Well, shit. BRB. How'd I miss that? Ooh, multiple. Fuck me.
I have to find him before. Can't talk now, Oh, you're Clive, aren't you? Martha told me all about you. Word is you're a devil with that blade.
You look like you're in a hurry. Where are you going?
Not far, I hope. But I dare not waste a moment. It might cost a man his life.
Sounds serious. What happened?
Not so much what happened as what might. They've discovered he's a bearer, see? And now, one of his erstwhile friends and neighbors wants to see him clapped in chains.
Where is this bearer?
He wasn't fool enough to wait for the Imperials to arrive. Poor sod took to the road, left his whole life behind. But they'll be after him before long. I need to find him and get him to safety, fast. Here, if you've the time and the inclination, I could do with a hand. Will you help me find him?
Sure.
Of course. We bearers have to look out for each other.
Thank you, Clive. With your help, we might catch up with him yet. His name's Norris. We need to find him and get him to Martha before the Imperials sniff him out.
You found him yet? You won't catch a bastard standing around clucking like old hens. That fucking snake played me false, acted like he was one of us, and the whole time he was one of them. We need him caught and handed over to the Imperials. Hanging's too good for him. Well, go on then. If he gets away, I'll see you fitted for a noose.
All right, Ronald. We were just leaving. Look, this one's here to help. I was just filling him in.
Ha! Send a bearer to catch a bearer, is it? Not bloody likely. That's it. I'll find the bastard myself.
Come on now, Ron. It's dangerous out there. We wouldn't want you to come to any harm.
You want something done right, you don't send a bearer.
Clive, this might take a while. You start hunting our man, and I'll be along once I put Ronald's mind at ease. Someone said they saw Norris heading for the Fallen Gate. Maybe you could ask if anyone over that way knows anything. We have to find him. Don't let him slip through our grasp.
I'd better find this Norris before Ronald takes matters into his own hands. Bearers are hardly difficult to spot. What did he mean about being played false, I wonder?
Ronald talking a big game for a dude who looks like he couldn't fucking push pencils through sharpeners.
Here, you're that bearer who works for Martha, aren't you? Curse my luck. I dropped my crystal off a cliff into the bloody swamp like an utter fool.
Yikes.
Now, I've not got your knack, see, and I need that shard to chill my fish if I'm to take him to market. It's just a short climb down.
Sure.
I can't promise anything.
Well, just promise you'll... Ah, they're
claimed it.
All right, eating it, but only might have, you understand?
Of course.
There were a lot of bog crabs down. Oh, don't worry, there weren't too many of them. A veritable walk in the marsh, as they say.
Mm-hmm. You dick. One more ting! It was eaten by a balrog. Easy peasy, though.
Never heard of crabs eating crystal. This should be interesting.
Wake!
This must be it.
You know what must be done? Oh!
Spending any more time down here
Are you referencing Garuda Sandstorm, or are you referencing fist-fighting mud crabs? One of those is possible. The other, unfortunately, not so possible within the confines of this game. We gotta go back up either way. You can fist crab? What, if you unequip your sword, you fist fight?
Yours, I...
You found it! Oh, thank you!
That or there's like probably fist-only weapons.
Any longer out in the sun and my catch would have made for poor eating indeed.
Be more careful next time.
Oh, I will, I promise. No point casting my nets of a morning if I'm without a crystal to see the catch to town. There was a time honest tax-paying folk could get new ones whenever they wanted. Can't now, though, not for love nor money. Crystals are scarce, and the Empire tightens its purse strings more every day. Lose this little beauty again, and I might as well scrap my nets and take to begging.
Heyo.
You don't know a man called Norris, do you?
I do, as it happens. He ran off that way not too long back. Looked like he was in a right old hurry. And he had a lantern with him for some reason.
He was making for the marshes then.
Oh boy.
You barely have to step out your friend.
Better catch up before he's turning to catch up.
One of our branded. He can't have gone far. I better keep my eyes peeled.
Oh boy. Hello?
A lantern. The one Norris was carrying, no doubt. At least I know which way he went. Someone made short work of them. I wonder if that someone was Norris.
Please, God, tell me his name is in some way, shape, or form like Chuck. For the love of all that's holy and sacred.
Norris, I presume.
Oh, he's not a redhead.
Leave me be.
You were never branded. So that's how you stayed hidden.
Ronald sent you after me, did he? Set an Imperial dog on his best friend. And when we were so close. I'll never forget the hatred in his eyes.
Oh, as in... Oh, okay.
Matter now. I will not become a slave. As one bearer to another, please. Don't do this. You know how they treat our kind.
Ronald didn't send me. One of Martha's men did. He wanted to make sure you were safe.
I don't understand.
Martha takes in bearers. She's a friend. You can trust her. Believe me.
I never knew. I can't say I'm surprised, though. She has a kind heart. Kinder than most.
Just wait here and stay out of sight. You'll be among friends soon enough.
Thank you. There's few would have been so kind. And... sorry. You're no Imperial dog. Far from it.
I've been called worse. Oh, I found a lantern back there. I assume it's yours.
Thanks. I dropped it when those creatures attacked me. But... if I'm honest, I wasn't all that sorry to be rid of it. Ron gave it to me.
All right. I'll keep hold of it. I might be able to use it to put an end to the Imperial surge before it begins.
Ah, yes. Time to
have lived free for so many years. Only to be betrayed by a friend.
Time to tell everyone that we found it, but no trace of him. And that he's dead. How many belts on Clive until we reach Namora level? Minimum... It's not just belts, it's extraneous belts, or extraneous belts, I should say. Like, just... It's... completely non-functional, purposefulness bullshit. So, like, a minimum of, like, 5.
I'll be fucked if I'm leaving this to a bearer.
There you are, Clive. How goes the search?
Well branded. Have you found the bastard yet?
Only what was left of him. A corpse, torn apart by monsters. And this.
Let me see that. No. It can't be.
Shall we consider that the end of the matter, then? Or do you need to see a body?
No. I mean... I've no use for bearer bones. He's dead. Let that be an end to it. Only wish those whose job it was had done what they were supposed to do and spotted him sooner. Letting a bearer go about without a brand? It's not right, I tell ya. Who'll want anything to do with me now, eh? There goes the bearer lover, they'll say. I'll be a laughingstock.
Is it true, Clive? Is Norris really...
He's alive. You'll find him in a hut in the marshes. He's expecting you.
Oh, you crafty. Still, you did the right thing. Thank you. It's not much considering, but please, take this.
Quest complete. All right. Wrap that up. Very good. Very good. Onward to Phoenix Gate.
It's almost as if time had stood still.
I suppose no one had any cause to return here. No. It's just as I left it.
Is it 10 arrows? Oh boy. Man is out here walking on the ashes of the people that he turned to scorched earth.
Could I have done this?
Could anyone?
Lol. Ha! Ha! Oh my god.
What is it, Torgal? Clive.
Uh-oh.
That's him. He's the only one who can tell me what happened. I have to know.
Every time we see him, he leads us into another fucking fight. By the way. Just keep that in mind. Keep that in mind.
Where is he?
Nowhere to be seen.
Damn it! He's like a bloody eel.
What is this place, anyway? Some sort of shrine?
Oh, sorry. You've never been here before. This is the Hall of the Gate.
The gate?
It's a relic of the Fallen. Only the Phoenix's dominant can open it.
Hence the castle's name. This was where Joshua was supposed to...
I mean, you got a little bit of the Phoenix in there.
We would have stepped through this door the next morning and listened to the words of our ancestors.
And he's technically in this room somewhere, supposedly.
No. The apodatory is holy ground. None but the dominant may enter. I and the other shields would have stood guard here and prayed for my brother's safe return.
Where the hell did he go?
Perhaps he went inside.
He couldn't have. He'd need the power of the Phoenix.
Mm-hmm. Slowly piecing it together. Great Scott! Who would have thunk it?
Thank you, Joshua.
Are you sure about this?
Nevermore.
Well, that got blue, didn't it?
Another gate. Let's see if this one opens.
Oh yeah.
Could this
Good
place
God.
really be a fallen ruin?
You could hardly call it a ruin. It's perfect.
Well,
Like it was built yesterday.
it's been underground all this time.
Have you ever seen anything like this?
Are you gonna be tested? I have to assume so. Before moving on, trials. Yeah, do not trust. Sus.
Jill?
Oh, what did you do? Are we really about to have an elevator fight?
What do we do?
The usual. More trouble.
Turn into Star Wars now. If I could just...
That's enough.
Ouch!
How can these things still function?
How can any of this? This must be what the fallen ruins were like before they fell.
Mm-hmm. And so the plot thickens. I'm gonna engage in a minor nitpick regarding Jill's outfit. Traditionally, duelists who used a rapier wore a leather glove on their offhand to guard against their opponent's rapier. I would assume it's because the assumption is she's not just, dueling everyone. But, nevertheless. Oh, hard to miss that one, huh? But fair fucks. I will say that I do think that the costume design and armor design in the game thus far has been really good. Just be safe. Always be safe.
Looks like he could take a beating.
Then let's give it one.
I didn't get back fast enough. What in the fuck? General Kenobi. Adam, you did it twice in a row there, big guy.
Not this time.
Does any of this make sense to you?
Phew.
Let's find the hooded man and leave.
All right. Went relatively well, all things considered. So imagine Joshua coming down here by himself at the ripe old age of, like, fucking 9 or 8, whatever he was. Don't think he was ready for these trials.
What the hell are they?
Whatever they are.
Oh my god, really? Well, none of them exploded. That's a win. I was a little concerned. ABS, always be saving.
Would Joshua have had to run this gauntlet too?
No. At least not that I ever heard about. I imagine the Phoenix would receive a warmer welcome.
Oh, well that answers that, doesn't it? Well, we're enough Phoenix to go through the door, but not enough for all this shit to not want to kill us? Oh, that's... Oh, we're not in... Okay.
Here we go again. Where will we end up this time?
Surrounded by contraptions hell-bent on murdering us, I expect.
Fair ball.
Could the hooded man really have taken this path?
We won't know until we've followed it all the way to the end. Come on, let's keep looking.
Don't like the look of that. Yeah, really don't like the look of that. Let's just... Oh, for fuck's sake. Oh, shit. Oh, follow-up attack. Phew. Spicy. Got caught by that one bad whirlwind was like the one that I really needed to not get hit with. Oh, that missed. That's
like the rest.
disappointing.
Stay down.
Oh no. Get away from that.
That's enough.
Take it easy.
Ask me about my phoenix! I've just got a little one. A mini phoenix. Below average. Just enough to get the job done. Enough to open your doors. And go down your elevator. Well, at least we're getting our items back, which tells me that we're about to get clapped by a fucking big baddie. Surprise!
I don't like this.
Neither do I. Oh boy, that doesn't look fun. That looks like the— oh my god, they actually look familiar. That's really not good.
Seems the feeling's mutual.
That's really, really not— no, that's bad. I don't— oh, trying to dodge. I can kind of see him moving in there. Ouch. Oh, I thought I had that.
That's already. Not this time.
Clamp him up!
It's drawing in energy.
Not for long, it isn't. With me.
Now would have been a really good time.
This is our chance.
Whoa. Oh, I thought I had those. Do-do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Yeah, that looked like an awful lot like an Iron Giant, no? We clapped that Iron Giant up.
It's done.
What are these creatures? And why do they keep attacking us?
They're probably asking themselves the same thing. We're the ones trespassing here. They're just protecting their home. Jill, look.
Push it off the elevator. Be absolutely certain.
Kind of mural.
It's worth a closer look, whatever it is.
All of a sudden, we've got like some Mass Effect vibe. In the music. Damn, high potion. Give me a regular potion. Thank you. Clip, clap, go the cheeks. It's Reaper Tech. Time to go touch the crystal and receive the knowledge and memories of a few billion years of advanced civilization. Which is totally not the plot of Starfield. By the way, they definitely did not just take that directly out of Mass Effect.
Alright then.
Oh, for fuck's sakes. It's just one after the other, ain't it?
Not this time.
Oh, that's not fucking rezzed up yet. Clap him. Why do I feel like I'm gonna get like 3 more of these guys? I can't finish my fucking combo. Ouch. 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 Fucking. Sir! I'm gonna ask you to calm the fuck. I just can't hit my combo right now. I'm shit in the bed.
What the hell was
That's
that
enough
thing?
of that.
It wasn't like the others.
It would seem this place holds even more secrets than we thought.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, the pixel art or the sprite change. Yeah. Alright, we got 2 doors here. Let's collect the items first. Oh yeah. They died way too easy. That makes me believe that they would have done something horrible to my butthole if I didn't kill them quickly. Alright, before I interact with whatever... No, we saved. I just know if this is gonna be like... Okay, it's not an elevator.
Fallen wonder.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I see. We gotta do all the things. Power the central piece.
Wake wins! Stay down! That's enough.
Lights.
Well, that did something.
Bum ba dum ba ba. Oh boy.
So, it isn't a dead end after all.
Not yet.
Apparently not.
It all seems to lead to this room.
And look what's in it.
Oh boy. Buckle up, buckaroos.
old do you suppose this is? 1,000 years? More?
I don't know. I've never seen anything like it before. Who is that in the middle, do you think? Some sort of god?
That would be Ifrit, or some sort of similar. Given we have a form that can have wings that we just haven't unlocked yet. Well, that's awkward. We about to have a conversation with our brother?
You're him. The second dominant of fire. Who are you?
Didn't I call this scene? Didn't I fucking call that scene? We're gonna take the hood off and it's gonna be like our fucking face.
What? I'm back.
Yes, but the giant hole in the ground isn't here yet. Oh, there we go.
Joshua! Stop it! Please! Stop!
We dealing with some time warp shit now?
I did this. I killed him.
Joshua chose me to be his shield. He gave me his blessing and asked me to keep him safe. I should have protected him that day. It was my duty.
Clive.
Joshua. I'm sorry. I failed you.
Joshua died. I killed him.
And I blamed another for what I did. To spare myself the guilt. I feared that by accepting it, I would lose what little was left of me. So I ran. From everything.
And now? Are you ready to accept the truth?
I am. I know it won't be easy, but it's what I must do. So that Joshua's soul can finally rest in peace.
We're gonna fight our inner demon. Literally?
To the truth that awaits me. I will press on.
Come, Ifrit. Show me who you truly are.
Oh, Jesus. I gotta figure out a way to fucking... Alright, you know what? I don't know how to get out of that without just not being there at all. Down, boy! Give me something to target. Give me something to target.
Too slow.
Oh, I thought I dodged that. No. There's no getting out of that. Unless I just have, like, good dodge timing, I guess. It might let me. This is such an awkward fucking fight. Because you can't really easily change the fucking targeting. I know it's like you click in the thumbstick, but it doesn't really... You don't get to choose which one. This should get him down. There we go. Do we finish him with tornado time? Shockingly anticlimactic finish to that, given all the ways in which we've finished other fights. I was expecting like a cinematic strike or two, or a cinematic dodge. Maybe it's not done. Maybe that's just round one. Oh, now we're really... Oh, now we're just... Doppelganger?
Still you deny it. Even when the truth's staring right at you. Come on, Clive. Face your fears.
This guy's got a lot of health. Holy fuck. Oh, is it time? Is the cinema ours? Gotta have that dark Link moment. What? Now you're gonna see yourself in the mural. Where are the wings? We haven't unlocked this meme yet. We're getting there though. Oh, no wings yet?
You'd have me learn by example.
Ouch. I don't think so, Tim. Okay. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Sorry, but I'm way too good at fucking myself, if you know what I mean.
Not this time.
I fucked that up a little bit. Oh. Come on, where's the cinema? Give me the cinema!
No escape, eh? It's all right. I'm done running from you. together, then.
Father, Son, Kamehameha.
It's time to find out who we are. Once and for all.
Oh god, fuck me, new mechanic. Accept the truth with a button press! Ah, we've reached new mechanic memes. The only thing that can make this more epic. A tornado! You thought you were catching me with that, son? Hell no! Who do you think you are? I am. Oh, now we've gone back to Ifrit. Do we do Ifrit on Ifrit? That would be fucking hilarious. Mirror matchup Ifrit.
Truth of it now. You are not afraid. I am.
Oh, the cinema's back! It's cinema time, boys! Oh, we're full anime now. Peak anime. Ooh. Shadow Realm. Clapped! Clapped! Man, the set pieces in this game are fucking dope. My god. Just fantastic stuff. Phenomenal. Phenomenal. If we could just get, like, just one half of the brilliance of Yoshi P being ahead of a project for Final Fantasy VII Remake's line, we'd be in way better hands. And instead, we get a sad hand job. But here, Yoshi P, soaking. I'm soaking in my panties. I can tell you that much right now. Incredible. Great stuff. Engaging, fun, not overly difficult, but still challenging. I did dodge like a fucking god. I'm not gonna lie. I was on one there. I was dialed in. But that was good stuff. Imagine 14 with these graphics? Well, nobody's computer would run it. Like, trying to have an MMO running with this level of fidelity, it would just even with Unreal Engine 5, I'd maybe, but even then, probably just everything would be dead. Everything would be dead. Listen, you don't have to tell me about what lies on the other side for Final Fantasy XIV. I get it, but Final Fantasy XIV's gameplay does not engage me. I'm not gonna tab target rotation myself to this. This is not. Let's slow down here. Let's just slow down. You ain't getting this in Final Fantasy XIV, my friend. You might get some cutscenes, maybe. You ain't getting this. This ain't the same. Yoshi P is working magic over there, okay? They're doing good. It's a phenomenal video game. But let's pump the brakes. Let's pump them.
Clive, are you all right?
Jill. It's nothing. I'll be fine.
It's nothing. I just literally fought myself and Ifrit. Both as myself and as Ifrit. But it's fine. Don't worry about it.
No more chasing shadows.
I know when we say it's gone full anime, we just mean like how over the top crazy it's getting. It's kind of just a descriptor for crazy shit happening. You know, like the classic jump the shark, just how insane can we make this kind of a thing. No, we're not saying it's actual anime. Literally fighting our inner demons, by the way, was, a little on the nose, but when you're that epic, you can be on the nose all you want.
Are you sure you're all right? Whatever it is, you can tell me.
I had a hard enough time telling myself. I awakened as a dominant of fire, right here in this castle. And I've been running from it ever since. But now I know for certain who I really am. The second icon of fire, who killed my brother and burned this castle to the ground, was me. Ifrit.
Clive.
I took so many lives that night, and destroyed so many more, including yours.
Sometimes to beat the monster, you have to become the monster.
I must atone for the crimes I've committed. But not before I learn.
In this case, literally.
How can a second icon of fire even exist? And why was I chosen as its dominant? Who is the hooded man who brought us here? And what does he want? I need to know. And since I'm still breathing, I might as well make myself useful.
We'll find your answers together. I want to learn the truth too. There'll be time enough for atonement when we're done.
I was hoping you'd say that. I don't think I could do this without you. You never were one to hide from the truth, even when we were young. And you haven't changed a bit.
You're wrong. I have changed. But I don't want to be that person anymore. The things she did were unforgivable. And yet, they're what brought us back together.
Thank you, Jill.
If he is here, then the disturbance I felt at the care must have been confounded. The hour is later than I thought.
Mm-hmm. Meanwhile... This is like some 1960s Batman shit. Meanwhile, at Commissioner Gordon's office... Somebody's mad that their waifu got killed.
Tell me, who did this, or I'll see you suffer the same fate.
The man who delivered the coffin said, he said Sid paid him.
Oh, that's even worse. Now it's like your rival guy.
I let you run amok with the rest of your rats, and this is how you repay me? Find out where he is. I'll crush him, flay him, rip out his heart, him and all his filthy brood, and send every last one of them to hell.
Man, Tito Ortiz is pissed.
No!
Yes, yes, my lord.
Is it a head in a box? Tell me that's not her head in a box only. That should be BM as fuck. Sid wouldn't do that either. Not to my knowledge anyway, but maybe he would.
Benedicta.
It's my Benedicta in a box. Doesn't really roll off the tongue the same, does it? The meaning of life. Ifrit awoken. Clive has gained control of the icon Ifrit, allowing access to new iconic abilities such as Ignition and its remix. A fiery lunge that drives back enemies while dealing continuous damage. as well as unlocking the limit break gauge. Ah, we got new toys. Slots for Ifrit's abilities are shared with those for the Phoenix and can be confirmed via the Abilities tab on the main menu. The limit break gauge is located beneath Clive's HP bar. Release Clive's inner beast and semi-prime into Ifrit by pressing the thumbsticks in. When this gauge is full, the gauge fills in battle both by taking damage as well as successfully performing offensive and defensive maneuvers. Semi-priming temporarily grants increased attack potency and speed, gradual HP regen, and guard breaking strikes.
So, what next?
Well, fuck me.
I promised the mayor I'd talk to him again. About Lady Hannah, amongst other things. Though she may be loath to leave, I can't help thinking she'd be safer with Sid too.
All right. We should arrange an introduction then.
Okay. Oh. Get it? It's inner. Excuse me. Mm-hmm. Adds a second limit break gauge, and then you master it for 3. I see. Mm-hmm. Not that interested right now. Also not super interested in that. So I'm just gonna upgrade this right off the rip, not even fucking around. Although I can still upgrade or buy one if I want to. Yeah. Great. Boom, 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 That might have been the most apropos "Who do you think you are? I am" ever released upon this channel, by the way. I don't think there is likely to possibly ever be a more apt time in which to drop that meme. What are you growling about?
Torgal, what is it?
Nothing good, I'll wager.
Timmy's stuck in a well. We leave for 3 seconds to fight our inner demons, and all of a sudden everyone's dead.
What happened here?
Wow, just really Alright, good night, Fox.
Imperials, you'll pay for this.
We've got a live one.
What are you doing?
Let me return the favor.
Remember our orders? No survivors!
Well, how about none of you survive? Is that still technically... Does that still technically work? Anyone left alive? Do-do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do-do.
Thought you could escape us, did you, Branded? You were born and you'll die. Kill all the Ducal dogs!
Ducal dogs?
We're innocent people!
This is probably not helping the fire in the area. But, you know, at this point...
It's over.
I'll not fall to the likes of you.
Really? Oh, for fuck. Targeting sometimes really does not make your life any easier than it needs to be. Just kind of makes you work for it a little more than you probably have to, or should have to.
That's enough. We're finished. Put them all to the sword, bearer or no.
But wait, there's more?
All must burn! The bearers and those who sheltered them. By Empress Annabella's command!
The fuck you been eating here, big shoots?
My mother ordered it. Why?
Right.
I know. You can wait. This time.
Fuck him in the pussy! Fuck him in the pussy! Fuck him in the pussy! Nope. Fuck him in the pussy! Ouch, dick.
This time.
You're done. Stay dead. Yes. Yes.
I'm sorry, Lady
Well,
Hannah.
for fuck's sakes, everyone's just dead.
You deserved so much better. All of these people did. Better than my mother.
We're too late.
Gav!
Clive!
Man, when Gav dies, it's gonna suck, because you know that's coming.
Acting on the orders of the Duchess, eh? We knew Eastpool was harbouring bearers. Thought they were safe enough hidden up here, but someone must have let slip. If they'd have only come to us sooner, none of this would have had to happen.
Wow, they actually used the conjunction this'd have. Oh my god. Don't see that crop
The way
up
Father
often.
embraced them when the other nations spat on them as slaves. The way an accident of birth gave them a power that others lacked.
But why kill everyone? They meant no harm. They just wanted to be free.
This world judges that a crime punishable by death. Which is why we're going to change it. Gav, we want to help.
Thought you'd got your own stuff to be getting on with.
We do. But it can wait.
In that case, we should head back and tell Sid you've had a change of heart. He was always on it yet to join us.
All right.
And we'd best be quick. Last I heard, he was planning another excursion.
What about the villagers?
Aye. Can I leave yous lot to take care of things here?
Of course. We'll make sure they get a proper burial. Thank you. All of you.
When you're ready, then.
Oh my god, I mean, the man stands out like a fucking sore thumb.
Lord Kupka has a message for your leader. If only he knew where to send it.
I mean, I've been waiting for the Game of Thrones equivalent of Littlefinger. We might have figured it out. Ding, 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 ding. You can go anywhere you want as long as it's the hideaway.
To Sid Solar, then. We have a lot to discuss.
Well, we do indeed have a lot to discuss, but it's gonna have to wait. Tis gonna have to wait, because I have to go to bed. I have to pick up M in the morning from work. Phenomenal day. Very productive. Got a lot done. Lots of progress. Had a lot of fun. Really enjoying myself so far, with the game. I'm intrigued to see how this all... I'm hoping they don't drag it out for too much longer. Clive and the hooded figure for too much longer. I would like to wrap that up to move on to tackling, you know, the Duchess and the Duchess's You know, what was her grand scheme? Why is she doing that? Find out more about it. I mean, we have like base motive, but we don't have more. And then perhaps I'm still trying to figure out. I still feel like there's a bigger, more grand thing that has yet to be laid bare before us. Everything that we're involved in right now is still kind of stepping stone, small potatoes, and I feel like even the Duchess is not quite the end per se. We haven't even gotten around to, for example, the two other warring nations with Odin and Bahamut. You know, I think that's Walud and the Holy Empire, for example. We haven't even necessarily gotten to that point yet. So we've got, you know, we know why they're all warring, but there's still something greater at play here that I think we haven't been exposed to. Look forward to perhaps finding out what that is. Bless you all for hanging out tonight. I hope you enjoyed yourselves and had a great time as much as I did. Make sure that if you're not already, subscribe, hit the bell icon for sure if you don't want to miss any of the streams here. You can also follow over at the Discord. I know Fox is gone, but you can follow over the Discord. There's links to that. If not here, then on the Twitch channel or whatever. But you can also just follow me on Twitter. But if you bell icon, you know, if I post up community notes now here on YouTube before going live, I'm going to try and make a habit of that so that you don't miss it. And yeah, anyway, just thank you so much for spending some time here today. I appreciate it. Until I see you guys tomorrow, as far as I know, I'm back tomorrow. I don't think there's anything stopping me from doing that. Yeah, there you go, Dapperhead's got it. So until I see you tomorrow, barring anything getting in the middle of that, have a good morning, afternoon, or evening. Stay safe, have a good one as always. Good luck. Have Ifrit. 3-way Ifrit battle. Make it happen.